This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to The Dawn and to a Leopard. My name is Steve. Welcome on board. It is the sunrise, and this is your own African safari. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Djuma. Welcome to the Princess Tlalamba, who has been calling non-stop since about 10 o'clock. Welcome to Djuma, where it is a wonderful 16 degrees Celsius, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a wonderful dawn. Tlalamba is walking on an absolute mission. She's been calling and we're going to lose visuals of her soon. We're going to have to move up and have a look. She's moving through the blocks. She's going to come out to a horrible area called Garikatlan. My name is Steve. Good morning. Joined by Theo, Arnestal and Karen. As always, we'd love to hear from you. Please send through any questions and comments you might have to #WildEarth or throw them in on the YouTube chat stream. Okay, we're going to see if we can follow her now, everybody. She is moving away. We do have some assistance following, though. And we walked out of the room this morning. I received some messages from people in the dam cam that she was calling from about 4 this morning. And as we walked out the room, she was pretty much walking past our room. And, come and find me, Steve. Come and find me. And, sorry, Theo. Before I kill Theo, let's carry on and see if we can get you a better shot.
Jumbo Jumbo, hello, and a very good morning from another country in East Africa called Kenya, and we are in the Masai Mara Game Reserve, and we've got some beautiful birds for you there in the Mara Savannah. Well, to all of you, a very warm welcome. My name is David, and with me on camera is Bungay. Bungay, how is it going? We are very excited to have you with us today as we go back to a bus there, which I think either they have a small party there, not sure exactly what they could be doing, but these birds have one commonality. They're like going together when they're feeding. Excuse me. Now, most of them are what we call the sacred ibis, and there could be a few pockets of the cattle egrets. And the big one that you see on the left of your screen, that one is called a marabou stock. It was very nice to start the show with a leopardess, with my friend Steve. And as he told you, we love to hear from you. I'm talking of questions and comments. And as usual, you can tweet to us, #CGTNWild or #WildEarth. That's a hammercock flying up there, so that could have been our third species in that particular group. Either she came in and she saw she was outnumbered. There were so many birds of different species there, and she thought, she's back again, apparently. The hammercock has come back again. So I'll try to investigate what they could be eating here, but chances are, this area being swampy, they could be looking for some invertebrates, and then later on I am going to move on.
A warm welcome to all our viewers to Ambient Ngala, and of course to open up with a little treat of seeing 2 lion cubs playing in the grass right in front of us. So I'm Nikki here at Ambient Ngala. I'm going to be your ranger for this morning, and with me on the camera is Gert. So as we were tracking these lions, we actually started where the sun, you'll have a look at the sun. So we started in the east, That's where the lodge is, and from there on we started making our way in this area, and we found some tracks of these lions. And as we were tracking them, it was the whole pride that was together, and then just found this lioness with the two youngsters. So it might be that the pride is looking out for opportunity to hunt, and eventually these youngsters started getting tired, and the mom decided to go and lie down and just give them a bit of time to rest up. But of course they don't feel like resting up, especially early on when there's a bit of time to play. I would agree with all our viewers. These lion cubs are probably some of the best. Just how cute they are. And they're always, especially early in the morning and late in the afternoon, very, very playful. Especially that young female. This one that we're seeing now is the young male, because look at the greyish colour. But the female always up to a lot of mischief as she goes and teases the others as she wants to play. And she always bullies her brother, even though he's a bit bigger than her. Look at the brother. Now he's going to be like, I'm going to get her back. He's trying to stalk, use that grass as a bit of cover, tucking his shoulder blades in under his body. He's waiting for the right time. But just an incredible way to start the morning.
A very lovely morning, a very good morning, everyone, and welcome to back to Masai Mara. And I am Isaac on camera. I have Big James, and I'm already at the river, ready to tell you or show you anything that's going to happen here at the river. This river, as you know, it is the Masai Mara, it's Mara River, and it stretches from north to south of the Masai Mara. Here is where the wildebeest cross, and I've been sticking out in the last few minutes to see if we're going to get anybody cross today. Remember, this is live. This is coming from the Masai Mara, and if you want to talk to us on hashtag CGTN Wild, or hashtag Wild Earth. That is where you can find us. Questions, comments are very welcome. The wildebeest are not very far. They are across the other side. I did see them when coming down this way. It is quite a distance to show you with our camera, but we'll be able to show you in case they come down. There is a potential crossing either today or tomorrow, because they are very, very, very close. It's only a kilometer on the other side. For some reason, they have to cross it, because going, around, it's, to go, around, it's a very long way, so they have to cross here. And those are the crocs waiting for them. Look at how he's slithering there. Yeah, as you enjoy that, maybe we should learn a little bit about the Mara migration.
From the southern plains of the Serengeti, over 1 million grazers move northwest through the Western Corridor, gathering along the banks of the Grumeti River. Once the chaos of the rut comes to an end, the herds gallop north once again. In time, more than 2 million animals amount to feast on the abundance the Mara has to offer. But the reward of the red oat grass does not come easy. The zebra vanguard is the first on the banks, taking the plunge into the treacherous Mara River in order to reach the untouched long grass plains on the other side. Not only must they face the turbulent waters, but also the crocodiles, gliding through the rapids in anticipation. Then comes the body of the migration, the thundering herds of the white-bearded wildebeest, with their bleats echoing through the landscape while in search for greener pastures. Hunger, so too are the lions of the Mara, who patrol the banks of the river. The risks are known, but the herds are determined. All must make the leap. Some will fall, but for the survivors, the lush greenery that awaits is bountiful. And then, as is nature's way, it comes the time to cross the river again as they continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
So talking about the big circle of life and also seeing those lions, there's more lions that are joining up with these that are near the road. So let's have a look at the interaction, especially when they do meet up. Looks like that young female is trying to take down the bigger one by targeting those hind legs. Oh, there's another lioness moving in. You can just hear all the little bits of groaning softly. Linda, I agree, they are also one of my favorite prides. Just look at that that one. I think it's the young male that just caught the tail. Oh, he just dropped it now. I can imagine with those sharp teeth, it won't be too long before the other one will have to officially pull out her tail, because now she's being attacked on the hind quarters as well as the young male trying to bite off that tail.
Glorious, we have some mourning elephants. They're busy eating away at a red bush willow. Love to see elephants in the morning, it's so peaceful. Or at least some are. Some young boys, young males are trying to push down trees. But that's part of the fun of being an elephant, isn't it? You can see that most of that tree is quite brown and dry. But over on that end where this elephant is eating, there's some greenery. Oh, these lovely sounds. You'll find that they'll be picking... Oh, they'll be picking their trunks up quite high at this time, as we are basically out of greenery. You can see that there's just little bits left, and now they need to look at different parts of the tree. There we go. There's somebody having some fun. And in order to get to those green bits at the top of trees, they pick up their trunks. Alyssa, you say you love when baby elephants lift their trunks up? Exactly. they watch the adults and they learn from the adults, which is just a really, really intriguing thing to watch, because you'll see them pick up grass and try to whack it against them to release any soil before they put it in their mouths, and they'll just throw it on top of themselves by mistake or throw them to the side. And they watch adults do this. They watch adults pick up their trunks to reach the tops of trees, and then they themselves try. They see them try to push down trees, and they try. You can actually watch their learning, which is so special, because learning is such a special thing for any species. That little one got photobombed there. Just lovely. Now there seems to be a big bull. Oh, he's very tall. That is amongst the herd here. I'd love to go and see him as well. So let me move on and hopefully we'll get a look.
There are so many lions, or there's quite a few lions that are now coming to join up. So you'll see there's a big female making her way down. And in the back, I can see even more lions coming down this way. There's one right in the middle here of the screen that's grabbed a stick. But just listen to the groanings whenever they do interact and meet up again. Anna Maria, I agree with you. They are full of beans, these little cubs. It looks like there's one of the other females now coming closer as well. She's moving off she's coming in from the right. Now, I've seen all the females around, and I've seen only the younger males, but we haven't seen some of the bigger males yet. Just an incredible sighting to be able to watch these lions as they move past us. And what I do enjoy about the colours, especially early part of the morning, is what they refer to as the golden hour. Oh, there's the young male also coming closer. We'll see now. Look at his the color of his mane, especially now with the sun. That little cub's literally taking him down. It is the young female. She just couldn't resist. Like, she just wants to play with that mane. And look at how he's just tolerating all of it. You can see how she's trying to get a grip of his mane. Oh, she climbed onto his back. Often with cubs, there's something that just fascinates them about a lion with the mane. You'll even see when their dads are around, how they tend to play with that mane. But now, it's first playing with each other before they draw their attention back to him.
Here is the big bull. Now, if you look at that tree, there near his feet, he's done that. He did that just after we were having a look at the breeding herd that's close by. You can see that he is a must. Not too badly, though. You can see that he's dribbled urine onto his legs there. You can see that darker color. That's what happens during must. And also, if you look at his temporal glands, they're on his forehead. He's also secreting from those. He doesn't smell too bad. Now, when an elephant is truly and in the thick of must, he will actually be dribbling urine constantly. And he will almost always have his penis out. And the scent is substantially stronger than this. At the moment, it just smells musty. Or, as I once read in a book, like a badly maintained men's toilet. Which is quite accurate. Now, we're speaking about these secretions, and often we see the ones on their heads. But what is this secretion called? We know it comes from the temporal gland. We know it happens when an elephant is stressed. And I mean that from a biological point of view. Biological stress, maybe it's too hot, maybe it's too cold, maybe they're thirsty, or maybe they're going through hormonal changes like with this bull. But what is that secretion called? Use that hashtag WildEarth or the hashtag CGTNWild and let me know what you think. Remember that it will be signaling things to other males and to other females. So the chemical composition of it will be quite complex. So let me know, what is that secretion from the temporal gland called? Hashtag CGTNWild, hashtag WildEarth.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we've been trying to follow Tlalamba into this horrible drainage. And, well, we've lost her. But we found a daycare. Now we've been found by two, about to walk past the car, obviously. Two spotted hyena have just, in the last moment, arrived. The second one is on its way now. They're obviously on the trail of her as well. So this could bode quite well for us. Because we've been trying to track her. She went into this drainage depression. And it's one of the youngsters. And we've no idea where she's gotten to. But if anybody can find a hyena, ladies and gentlemen, A leopard. It is a spotted hyena, and they're looking exactly where we've been looking. But please help her to come out of the depression there, guys, because they're right behind the car. I do apologize about that. This is a live show, everybody. Let me try reposition. Theo, get a hyena on camera properly for us there. We're also trying to show you the drainage line that she's got into. It's the ideal leopard habitat. It is leopard habitat through and through. And we're going to position ourselves here, wait with these hyena, and maybe they'll find us. Kalamba.
Hello, boy. It's okay. He is literally in front of me right now. He is massive. Hey, that's okay. We're your friends. We're your friends. Hey. He actually is dribbling urine from his penis sheath at the moment. They can become very aggressive during must, but you'll find that a little less so with the African elephant than with the Asian elephant, which is where actually the term was coined. Must in Urdu literally means drunken or intoxicated. No head shake, just was curious about us, and off he goes. That was amazing. Indigo Girl, you say temporan. And Daniel, you also say temporan for the answers to our quiz. Well, you are absolutely right. I am happy to tell you. Temporan is streaming from our must bull. Now, he wasn't actually too smelly, which I'm happy to say. But temporan does contain a whole lot of proteins and lipids, as well as ketones and aldehydes. So ketones and aldehydes are very smelly compounds, basically. Now, what that means for the elephant that's actually communicating something with that compound, I have no idea. It's almost a chemical language. And they're speaking a chemical language that we can't understand with our actual conscious mind. But biologically, we speak in chemical languages too. We also have secretions that other humans can pick up on, even though we may not be actually conscious of it. He was marvelous. I always call them gentle giants. I know in must they can be very, very aggressive, but I've not found them to be that way unpredictably. I found them that they will come up to you and they're not scared of you and they will give you a head shake, but they're not unpredictable. And if you just talk to them, let them know, well, not by what you're saying, but the sound of your voice, I'm here, I'm not a predator, I'm not going to harm you, but I'm here, and they're comfortable, and there you see him walking away with not even a head shake towards us.
Hello and welcome back to the Masai Mara. I am here at the river, not very far. The river is off to my right and it's only about maybe 100 meters. There is nothing much at the river, so I decided to show you something else. We have two lionesses here walking regally, doing their morning patrol or catwalk, so they call it. These are the Mogoro females. They haven't eaten in a day or two. They look very in need of a meal. I'm going to take a closer look with my binoculars to see if they are lactating or not. Looks like they are not, but I can tell their teats are swollen, so it's hard to tell if they're being used or not. I have to take a closer look later on to confirm, because we've been thinking they've been pregnant. I don't think they've given birth, but you can tell those teats are really swollen. They might have some cubs, but I will confirm that to you. Oh, that is an action shot. I decided to go to the bathroom there. They are heading back towards the elephant grass off in a distance. That is their hiding place. They've been hiding in this elephant grass for the last couple of weeks. We've been seeing them. Yeah, when it's going to the bathroom like that, you don't want to be downwind. It can be very smelly, believe me. It is very smelly. Yes, you don't want to even be close to there. It is like tear gas being thrown at you. I've never experienced tear gas, but I see people crying without being hit by anything. That's what happens. Yes, yeah. Definitely, I tell you guys, those teats looks like they are being used. So, looks like the one behind could have some cubs. Looks like they're being used. Even you can see on the screen, very swollen. The one sign that we look for is, you look around the nipple, and it's usually very brown in the first few days. It looks like, the cub has been struggling and licking the teat, so making and changing the color of the hair around the teat, to be a different color, brown. And they've been going to the same spot every day, there to the long grass. They've been there almost a week. So let's pray and let's hope that, they have cubs. I wouldn't say anything right now. Gigi will be coming here later on, and we might be lucky. So I don't know. Looks like the one behind might have some cubs, but I'm not 100% sure until I confirm on those teats that they are being used.
These two cubs are playing so much this morning. So this young female's moved off to right now. The brother, of course, just stalking her. Well, now they should be keeping up with mom, but of course, being young and full of energy, play time comes first. Now you'll notice there's some elephant dung right in the middle of the road. Now early on they both were playing with that elephant dung, and then eventually drew their attentions towards one another. Oh, that one just got a stick. That's the young female now moving. You can see there's a little bit of an attitude there.
This boy has come back. Hey boy, I'm just gonna let you enjoy this. I'll only just really be talking to him because he is very close. His trunk is about a meter away from me. So I'm just gonna let him see that it's all good. He was actually a little bit closer and I had to hit the dash because he actually made me a little bit nervous. Yes, you're very impressive. You were so, so impressive, my boy. You were so, so impressive. This is... He's a pig. He's listening to me very carefully. He's just trying to suss out exactly what I'm doing here. But he responded very well to tapping. Go on by. There you go. There you go. Don't touch. Don't touch. No. No touching. No touching. Come on, my boy. Come on, my boy. We're friends. Yeah, everybody's looking at you. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You even have a hole in your ear for an earring. Yeah. Yeah. He smells a very, very strong, as we just discovered, no, boy. Okay, I'm gonna have to bang on the dash now, guys. No, boy. His trunk was coming a bit too close. Come on, time to move off now. Time to move off now. You can see he's not displaying too much. He's just a little bit curious. You are stunning. You are stunning. There we go. There we go. Yes, Kitty, you say you love it when they rest their trunk on their tusk. This boy is falling asleep here. I do too, but in fact, it is not a sign of the most relaxed animal. It's actually kind of him being a little bit fidgety. That's probably the best way to describe it. It's him being fidgety, like you would twiddle your thumbs or something like that. When he rests his trunk on his tusk, that's what's happening. I was being so nice, boy. Just trying to move past you guys. Have a good look at you before we go, and you came up to say, hey, you look familiar. Oh, off he goes. But do you see what I mean? We've spent some time with elephants, and we've seen when they display to us, they come close and shake their heads, and you'll hear their ears hit against them. He didn't do that once. He was curious about us, and he was under the influence of must. So he was not aggressive, but definitely made my heart thump. I'm sure it made yours too.
Now we have these two cubs joining up with Mom. Now there were some white-crested helmet shrikes off to the right earlier on, and that young female tried to stalk them. Eventually lost interest, went and chewed on a stick and decided to go back to Mom. Let's see what the young male's going to do. I'm sure he's probably just want to go and have a drink, because you can see with their bellies they are full, but there's always space for a little bit more. So he'll just greet Mom and then try and have a drink. You can see Mom early on in the morning. They've been suckling quite a bit during the evening, because they haven't moved too far from where they were last seen. But see, the young male is leading the way. She's telling her Mom, let's go this way. But I'm sure she's just going to eventually find a spot to lie down. Just looking at the other lions that are behind us, but they've gone on moved off to the right in the grass. So let's see if we can move slightly closer to where these cubs are. You can see the one is looking back to the lions that's just behind us, or slightly behind us. Let's try and see if we can follow them for a little bit. But what we want to do as well, so the most important thing here is we don't want to push too close to these cubs and let them run off. We don't want to affect their behavior. So what we'll do is, as soon as we see, there's always this boundary when animal feels comfortable with the vehicle being around it, as Trishala was explained a bit earlier. So if we do find that space, we'll quickly stop. But what I want to do is just quickly stop and let you have a look at the young female and the male. Now there is this little hump in the road, and the young male was using it as a bit of cover from the female. So he was lying down, see the hump right there between us and those lions. So the young male was lying down there, and as the female was moving closer, he basically concealed himself completely so she couldn't see him. But I'll try and see if we can just slowly move a bit closer. But it is just absolutely incredible to be able to follow lions. So think about it in this way. So these are actual wild lions moving, and we have that opportunity to follow them and experience their behavior.
Okay, welcome back, guys. I was talking about these guys potentially having given birth. The reason I am thinking that is they haven't moved from this area for the last almost 10 days. I have seen them here, and my colleague David has seen them here. They were quite way out, away from the grass, and they decided to go towards the same spot. They haven't reached where we normally have seen them in the last 10 days, but they're looking there. You can tell that female is really looking in that direction. It's like she can hear some calls that we cannot, maybe because upwind, but let's hope they have some little cuties. The puzzle now lies on which males have sired these cubs, because the 4 males of the 6-pack from Mushera Mash, where I have seen them here, when we started the show, but they have crossed back, and they were seen 2 days ago across hunting, and they're not back. Are they the fathers to these cubs? But for sure, they will have, these cubs will have fathers, because they will have, male lions, because there's no way a female can agree to sire to sire some cubs with a male that she doesn't trust. So definitely they are confident that those males that have sired the cubs with belong to them, and that's why if they have cubs, then we have males. I have seen one remaining here. He was seen about 5 days ago, but the 3 of the 4 crossed over the other side, and they haven't come back. I haven't seen any males in the last 3 days with them, which is typical. When they have young ones, they will separate themselves from everybody and make sure that they nurse the little ones for up to about around 3 weeks before reintroducing them to everybody else. Where they are is a prime estate. This is every lion's dream, to be a place like this. There is good cover, the river is not far, and all animals come to drink here.
Yeah, very nice for Isaac to have spotted some lions this morning, and any day we see cats is a good day here in the Mara. We have a topic crossing there, and just past a small lapwing there, which I think is the black-headed lapwing. And look at this topi and notice the grass here, it is very short. Now, the trees you see in the background there, that's where the Mara River is, and ideally, Isaac is not very far from there. The Masai Mara is a very huge game reserve, and you could have so many of us at different positions. That's what I'm guessing to be the black-headed lapwing, and they will normally nest, on the ground. They will mate on the ground and then lay their eggs in small little nests, incubate them. And if you look at her carefully, she tends to blend in very well in the grass. But when you're lucky to see the eggs blend even more than her. Not sure whether you can hear her calling. Quite territorial lapwings, and they tend to guard the area they stay in. This is very common for most lapwings because that's where they spend their time. She must have gotten something there for herself, maybe some kind of worm. They're very good in terms of getting the food. Sometimes they go and you see them knocking the ground using their feet, and then worms will come up to find out what's happening, and by so doing, they feed themselves. Zebras, Thompson gazelles, and here the grass is very short. Once in a year, or sometimes twice in a year, we'll have some fires in the Masai Mara, and the fires here are man-made. They are not natural fires. And we got a bastard there. Oops. And a starling at the same time. That's very interesting to have them together. And that's what's called black-bellied bastard. Black-bellied bastard. And I'm happy you're enjoying all this. And two starlings there. I'm not sure what they want with the bastard. The bastard is definitely bigger than them. And the starlings could either be the Hildebrand starling or the superb starlings. The two are very similar. The lapwing is getting close to them. It's very nice to see three different bird species in the same area. Now, by virtue of the grass here being very short, they can easily, definitely access food and see what to look for. Thompson gazelle, preferring short grass, which is quite nutritious for them. And more often than not, they'll just graze the whole day, unlike the impalas, which are mixed feeders that will feed on grass or sometimes browse. The Tommies will always prefer the short grasses. This could be very good country for cheetahs, having the Tommies and this short grass. Common zebras, or the plains zebras, they have some birds riding on that particular moving there, and my guess those could be oxpeckers. Let's see if she's going to come out the other side of the bush. And the oxpeckers will always get some parasite from their bodies. You'd imagine such big animals having parasites like mites or ticks on their bodies. There's no way they'll ever get them out. But occasionally we have seen zebras trying to roll on the floor to try and maybe get rid of the would-be parasites, or sometimes they try to suffocate them. I'm just guessing that some two oxpeckers having a ride, but actually they are looking for some parasites on the back of that zebra. Very nice to see zebras, one of my favorite mammals of this size. I'll let them enjoy their breakfast as I move on.
So have a look at the young females heading straight towards that young male, just to probably have another bit of a play. Oh, or not. He's probably just waiting for his sister before they head off to their mom. But look at the way that he runs, very elegantly. The sister also is running, but didn't look as smooth as that young male. But imagine both of them being able, like if they do make it to adulthood, how beautiful these lions are going to be. Kieran, I also love all the lions, especially when they're being so playful. Now, they are moving quite quickly, trying to catch up with Mom. So Mom's right there, we can see her. So I just want to ease a bit forward so we can get another view. Shame the young male, only watching it from a distance, we'll try and see if we can get a bit closer so we can have a look, was trying to take down his mum, so biting her back legs to force her almost to stop. Probably not trying to force her, but just very playful. Stop like this. So when you notice, if you look at these little ones, do you see that their ears are pricked forward and not necessarily pricked backwards? So that's a good sign to us in the fact that we're not disturbing them. Because if their ears were constantly towards us, and constantly looking back to, especially to see where we are in relation to them, then it means that we are influencing the behavior. So at least now, they're just enjoying the early morning time and not being affected at all. See how the young male's moving towards the mom.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody. Well, we were not able to follow up on Tlalamba. She disappeared on us, although we could hear her calling a few times. We weren't able to find her again. We found a black-backed jackal that is caught and is busy eating a scrub hare. Now, this is incredible. I've never seen a jackal catch a scrub hare before, although this probably happens all the time. Jackal are very opportunistic hunters, and they will feed on many, many, many different organisms, as well as grass and fruit. Very adaptable to surviving in these areas, and there are many scrub hare around. It's quite fresh. You can still see there's blood. If you're a sensitive viewer, just bear in mind that there are plenty of scrub hare around. The jackal is a predator, and they are a mesopredator, and they help to balance the small herbivore population, including rodents and hares and small birds. So it's all about balance. So you're just seeing a predator-prey cycle right here. And look how careful he's being, or she. Eating, looking around. Anything could sneak up on this jackal in this moment, namely a leopard. So it needs to be careful. It's going to eat as much of that hair as it can. Everyone's saying, wow, indeed. Wow, indeed. We were driving along and Theo got very excited. And I was like, okay, Theo, it's just a jackal. And how cool is this? If you're a sensitive viewer, everybody, bear in mind that you can look away right now. The animal is dead. There's no pain. And this is the circle of life. Nice. Enjoyed the top half. Wow, how incredible, everyone. Let me know. Send through one-word tweet. Let me know how this makes you feel. Squeamish is okay. Hello, Lisa. Okay, so out in the landscape, we've got your apex predators. Sorry, Carol wants to know what's a mesopredator. In your landscape, we've got your apex predators, so lion, leopard, hyena. And then mesopredators are essentially the low-order predators. So jackal, if you're in North America, you'd probably think coyote. All of those small little guys, badgers even, I think, to a degree. Predators are in a cascading effect. You don't just have great white sharks, you have a multitude of smaller sharks below the great white and a whole lot of other predators. You don't just have the apex. Same as in birds of prey, you have the apex predators, the massive big eagles, and then you also have the smaller ones underneath. And that is to balance, because you don't just have large prey, you also have small to medium-sized prey, and someone needs to deal with that. And it's very important to understand the role of mesopredators, remove them from a landscape. For example, that happened in North America. They removed, I think it was coyotes, and he's got the ears they removed coyotes, and then you saw an enormous boom in smaller sort of animals, smaller predators below them that they used to control. And then you saw changes in the rodent dynamic. So as soon as you mess with the system, so if we remove jackal, you're going to see an increase in rodents. You're going to see an increase in smaller sort of herbivore mammals that would otherwise be dealt with to a degree. You can't just have lion. You need to have all of the other intricate layers below them so that there's balance. Oh, he's eating the head, everyone. Nothing's going to go to waste here, it seems. So 50, you say impressive. Well, it is a very good one. Scrub bears are very quick, but jackals are also extremely fast. So we've got mongoose around here, lots of mongoose. Dissection, Lisa. Dissection. Very slow. This is Trisha's ball game right here when it comes to dissection. So by having the cascading effects of predators, everything in the landscape is balanced. If you remove, as I said, a certain predator species, you're going to see an influx or an increase in one animal species. I think in North America, you saw huge increases in deer because of the removal of wolves. Now, put the wolves back in, they will control the deer, but then you need to have all of those other predators in place, because otherwise you're going to see an increase in this animal, that animal, and unfortunately, prey animals do need to be controlled to a degree, and there is a delicate balance between predators and prey. Remove a predator and a prey animal can get out of control, and it really will change the landscape. There's no better example of it than the studies done in Yellowstone National Park, where the reintroduction of the wolves has actually changed the flow of the river. So predators, everybody, we might all think, some people might think, oh, predators are the worst, we don't like them. They form a very important role in the ecology of an area. Very important role. Unfortunately, there's huge conflict with predators and humans around the world. They do eat nearly as fast as wild dogs. Well, it needs to. Wants to get as much of that in its belly as possible, and the belly's looking really full. Now, it might carry this. It might carry this somewhere. Yes. Okay. Well, I think I might see if I can follow it for a little bit. Right. Yeah. It's on our fire break here. Now, I've seen jackal burying carcasses for later. This one might have a den, and that would be something very, very special to see.
Well, should find out if they got a den there. Now, these warthogs here, which will not live in dens, they'll always be on the move more often than not. Not sure what scared them there. She just stopped and looked at us. But these are warthogs. They have so many piglets. If you look carefully between the two, not sure that's a male and a female, but just see the piglets running in the grass there. They'll always run, stop, and look. So it's very windy at the moment, and the wind might be affecting their, senses of hearing. And how funny how they run and stop and look. Between the two, you'll see carefully some small little babies there. Two of them. To the warthog on the left, but initially I had counted 6. So not sure one is sitting down or is just having a poo break or just resting and watching at us, or just confirming everything's safe for them. And how often every time they walk or run, they'll always have their tail up. I've always wondered, is it a reflex? See the piglets running there. Or is it a follow me sign for the piglets to see mama or the male? See that? Now there's a lapwing that just made some call, and that's what they're looking at. How beautiful, eh? They normally don't parent their piglets together, both male and female. It's always the female on her own. But I think in this case, you might have both the male and female. And one of them stays back. When the mother runs with the piglet, I think one just wants to make sure all is good. See, for the others, tails up. Piglets run. Can't trust anybody in this grass. We have seen predators like cheetahs or leopards going for the piglets very easily. How exciting was that? To see them just run through the grass there. Now, my whole idea to come in this area is because it's very open, it's very flat, and there could be a possibility, if we are lucky, maybe to see a cheetah. They love this kind of countryside. If you're lucky, why not? Let's keep trying.
So there's just to show out where that lioness is, there's quite a few wildebeest. You might just hear some snorting sounds in the background. Now, she wasn't looking at possibly hunting one because she was just moving and then by chance stumble across these wildebeest. But because they know she's here, she's not too fussed about them. She's actually just carrying on moving. So let's see if we can get another glimpse. She's just moved behind that one branch that we can't really see. See the cubs here, so I don't want to just drive in there. I just want to go forward and see where is she in relation to these wildebeest, and then there she is. Now, if you notice her body language, she's not really stalking, she's just moving, and the wildebeest is just left of that alarm calling at her. Now, the cubs aren't with her at the moment, and it might be that as soon as she moves past, she could just start calling them, and they'll join up. Just want to move. Oh, there's the cubs moving in the tall grass. You'll see where that little gap was where we saw her earlier. There's the one. The young male and female. And that's strange, like that young female doesn't know what's making all that noise, so she's a little bit hesitant to head it down in that direction. They blend in so well. Look at the colors in comparison to the grass and the area around it. So, Tony, to be honest with you, I haven't really... I'll answer the question as we carry on. You can see the wildebeest just running in the road in front of us. So I'm sure that, especially with lions, there will be a bit of wary around snakes. Especially what we have noticed before, especially if they are moving and there's something moving in the grass, they immediately move away from it. But I'm not too sure with the whole interaction around it, and I don't know if it's been documented before. But that female is... And if she carries on this way that she's doing now, there's a good chance you might be heading down to the river where she's had a den before. And it might be because the rest of the pride is somewhere here and they could be looking up for opportunity to hunt. She could possibly go and hide these cubs away again before or while she's going to go and hunt and then go and fetch them again, because it's very strange that she's moved away from the pride now but taking the youngsters with. See, they're just moving. They're also a little bit more wary because of the wildebeest that were...
Welcome back, and my two girls have decided to take a very serious nap. Yeah, looks like they're zonked out, they're fast asleep. Remember where they are? I don't think it's windy at all because they are protected by the long grasses all around, so it must be nice and hot. There is a lone elephant out of the blue. He just appeared. They are so big, but yet they can blend in really well in bushes. We didn't see him or see her, and she just appeared from nowhere. Looks like she's headed off to my right. I don't know where she's going. I don't know also if she's part of a bigger herd that's inside the bushes. We live to see that, because it's easier to just see one or by all. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, there is more. So it definitely looks, and more are coming out. Yeah, did they just cross the river? We'll tell you if they have that, water mark, on the in between their bellies, or maybe at their ankles or knees. We usually can't tell that, they've crossed the river by, the color. Sometimes they have those two-tone color, and that's how we can tell. These girls are very fast asleep. Remember, where they are is a prime estate. It's an area where most animals pass, and this time of the year, when the migration is happening, there is a crossing not very far off, so it is very easy for them to see them running, when they're very confused, and it's easy for them to grab one or get one. Might sound like I'm just saying, they just walk there and grab it, but the cover that's surrounding the whole area makes it such an added advantage for them, because they can ambush the animals when they're running in this long grass and just get one. They have been eating very well, but for the last about 4 days, they haven't really eaten anything. We haven't seen them eating. They were far out when I saw them earlier on, and they decided to move back towards the grass. I think they noticed that it was getting hot. At the same time, there was nothing much around. Remember, they're called opportunists. So if an opportunity prevails itself in terms of a warthog, a zebra, wildebeest, they will go for it. Yeah, those elephants, I don't know how many there are in there, but at the moment I can see 4. There is those ones on the screen, and then there's the first one we saw earlier. So those 4 looks like they're part of a breeding herd. So definitely there could be some young ones. Jano, you ask about excessive heat interfering with their hunting. Of course, it can, but here it is not extreme. Even on the hottest day, there is always a breeze, and the hottest day here would be around 30 degrees Celsius, which is around 105 Fahrenheit. So it is hot. We don't get to that normally. The first time I ever experienced that kind of heat was in the month of February, about 2 years ago. It was really, really hot. Nowadays, normal temperatures are about 27, 26, 28 Celsius, which is very comfortable if there's a breeze. So the temperature, the kind of temperature we get here doesn't stop, the lions from hunting in the heat of the day, although their success rate is much higher at dusk and dawn, and also at night. Yes, these guys are in sleep mode, and it doesn't mean that if something passes by and they hear it, they won't go for it. While lying like that, they can pounce and accelerate from 0 to 60 within a very few seconds. 0 to 6 seconds, they can be able to be running at high top speeds. But they don't have endurance. They can only sustain that speed for about 100 meters or less, and then they are tired. They build more for strength and fighting. That's what they really are meant for. Really using their power to cling on to an animal and really make it tired before killing it. That's what they're built for. I always remind everybody that people say they are lazy, but they are not, I tell you. these guys work for their food. If you see them bringing down something big like a hippo, I've had many chances of seeing them bring down something big. They will really, work on it up to around 2 hours, and that is sheer power. That is strength. To sustain that kind of fight is, you have to have power. And that's the tactic, and that's the technique. They have to tire it down before bringing it down. Yeah, here comes some more Elise. That's really nice. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen here, because if these elephants get close to the lions, definitely one is gonna get kicked out of the way. So I'm gonna wait here, and if it happens, we'll share it with you.
Well, I'm really hoping that happens for you, Isaac. On my side, I'm hoping to find a leopardess. I have tracks for her going into the drainage that I'll show you now because I'm going around. But none of them coming out, which means that she's very likely in that drainage. Hello, a sheep in Africa. How wonderful to have you on the continent. You'd like to know if we have frost in the morning here at Djuma. Not really. It gets really misty, especially when it's very, very cold, but there's still moisture in the air. But we very rarely get frost, and that's because the temperatures don't plummet as much as you would need for there to be frost. It's a very warm climate, it's humid, and even when it is cold, that frigid kind of cold is very momentary. I've just got her tracks. So you'll find that the animals here will not have extra shaggy coats and things like that, and they don't have a winter coat because we don't have that kind of cold. But let's learn a little bit more about the systems, the geography and things like that down here at Djuma.
Southern Africa has a rich variety of life. From aardvark to zebras. It is home to almost 10% of the world's bird, fish, and plant species. Covered with rolling grasslands in the west and the Lowveld in the east. In this low-lying subtropical climate, charismatic large mammals feast on the natural vegetation. Where broad-leaf trees and thorn trees coexist, interspersed with long grasses. Leopards use the dense thickets to hunt. And the trees of the woodlands as their personal pantries. To the northwest, the savanna biome is one of the largest, occupying 1/3 of southern Africa. The Kalahari is home to a diverse selection of animals. Where a healthy population of lions thrive. Always in competition with one another. Smaller predators effortlessly blend into the environment to catch their prey, prospering from the nutritious grasses and palatable scrub. This is an important stronghold of iconic antelope. Southern Africa's diverse landscape allows for a multitude of species, both fauna and flora, to coexist and thrive.
What a beautiful country that we are able to call home. Now, as they were describing about some of the different areas and the animals you can find in different areas, we are currently driving in that savanna biome, but in an area called the low veld. Now, veld is just another word that means for like the type of grass or area. Is an Afrikaans word which means veld, so that particular area. Now, they can divide it up into three groups. So what's called the low veld, the medium veld, and then the high veld. So, and that classification is all done by the altitude, so the height above sea level, which determines either these different vegetation types. But now currently we've left those lines. They were moving into an area where we couldn't really follow them for much longer. And the rest of the pride, they were flat. So now we're going to explore a different part of the reserve. We're going to head into the southerly direction and then move into these open areas and possibly look out for cheetah or wild dogs. And then also go past a few water holes, which we haven't been able to get to over the last little while. And we just never know what we can find there.
Welcome back. Looks like our elephants are milling around there. There must be something very delicious there because it's only every now and then that I see them lifting their trunks and heads up. They were really meaning to come this way, then all of a sudden they turn left and there's something there. I cannot say exactly what it is. I'm not allowed to drive off-road in this area, and particularly for elephants, because we can sometimes find them very close to roads. So it's hard for me to tell you exactly what they're feeding on, but they're all milling around the same spot. They were intended of coming this way, then all of a sudden they stopped and started feeding on something. My lions are, could I say, dead asleep. Only sign of life here is a twitch every now and then, or a movement of the leg. Shudulu-san, I heard your name, sorry, but the question, please could you reframe it again, the question? Could you ask again? How many ground birds living in the Mara? Is that the question? If that's the question, yes, there is a very wide variety, I think, there are very many wagtails, cisticolors, barbets, certain ones. We do have ground birds like kohans, the geese, all those owls, grass owls, they live in grass. So, we have a very wide variety of them. I don't know how many, but it's quite a good number. Our elephants are inching in, but heading off to the left. You never know. Even going that way could be easier for them to pick up the lions because they will be downwind. And the reaction usually is very fast when they pick up the smell or the scent of the lions. They usually just lift their heads up and heads towards where that smell is. And they do know, how close they are because they have very sensitive noses. And they will know if they are close or not. Yeah, so I'm gonna be here waiting for them to. In case anything happens, we will be able to share it with you, and I'm expecting that to happen because now actually, they're heading downwind, which is very promising.
It's very interesting to see unusual two of the big five together, and talking of lions and elephants, it reminds me of a particular sighting one time I saw of three of the big five, lions and elephants and rhinos together, and they had such an engagement which was a bit nasty because the lions wanted to hunt a baby rhino. I've gone further in the open areas that I was talking about that have very short grass, which I was expecting to look for a cheetah or find a cheetah. I haven't been lucky to get one, but I've been lucky to get these zebras feeding on this very short and nutritious green grass. And what we want to do, we have seen some more of the piglets like we saw earlier, but here it is one parent with 4 piglets, and they are more in an open area than what we had before. This is another set, and they'll always, give birth to 3 or 4 piglets, at every litter. And now look at the piglets carefully and notice they're eating at an angle. And what they're doing, they got their front legs bent. Each of them are doing the same. And eating very close to the mother. Don't want to take any chances. And good to hear that these piglets to you look very adorable. Remember, we're coming to you live from the Masai Mara, and we'd like you to engage us with comments and questions. As usual, you can tweet #CGTNWorld or #WorldEarth. The youngsters' kids' questions at worldearth.tv on emails. You can ask us about something about those piglets that you see there, their survival rate. But they just make sure they're not very far from mama. Very vulnerable to many predators, including birds of prey. Well, I don't know what spooks them there. I will move on, still crossing fingers for a cheetah for you.
Okay, welcome back, guys. Look at this. Yes, like I told you, they were going to pick up the smell they have, and they have to give way to the true king of the jungle. Yeah, they are no joke elephants. They will chase lions, they will kill them. And here the girls have got no choice. You notice that that's the only female that has picked up, the girls. And she is very persistent. She's not like, okay, you're off where you are, so I'm going to leave you. She's like, she's making sure they're off the radio. Yeah, get out of the way. Yeah, that's what happens when the two meet, the elephant and the lion or the lionesses. Yeah, the lioness has to give way. Elephants are too big, and they will take no joke with the lionesses. They will chase them away. That was really fun. It was nice to share it with you to see, the reaction of the elephant. That's the only one that picked up. You can tell the others. Yeah, you can tell. She's the only one that was concerned. I think she picked up either the smell and also the color was slightly different from the angle she was. So I'm sure she was 100% sure that those are lions. What is she thinking now, do you think? She's still gonna go for them? She gonna continue? I don't know. She's a mature female, and she knows lions are enemies, so the best thing is to chase them away, get rid of them. There is a calf that's joining in, so usually calves are much more actually concerned, and they'll join in the chase, but making sure that the mothers are very close. It's a young male. I don't know what he's gonna do. Is he gonna pick up the scent of the lions? That's where almost they were, that area. And then if she picks up the scent, you will see the reaction. The ears will raise, and she might run towards the mother. I'm glad the lionesses picked up the elephant, early enough, because it could have gone, really wrong. It will take no chance, the elephant. It will take no, chance, it will just kill them if it got them, sleeping where they were. So I'm glad that the lionesses really picked up the elephant when she was coming. Yeah, did the little guy pick up the scent, or is it something that's... Yeah, it's picking up something, using the leg now. Help approach it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a young acacia. One more tree uprooted by this young male. We cannot see the lionesses now. They're in deep grass. I'm sure they're saying, when will these elephants go so that we can sleep? Right now, they cannot rest. They're keeping watch for sure. Yes, if anything else happens, anything interesting happens, we'll share it with you. So, stay tuned.
So remember we were talking about those open areas earlier on. So we came to one of those open areas, and there are 3 zebra right here. And those are, of course, my favorite animals. So we couldn't just drive past. We had to just stop and have a look. But you can see, if you notice the tail, how the wind is blowing at the moment. You'll just see how the tail is being blown by the wind. Now they have moved into, or just behind, a bit of cover. What I want to do is, there looks like there's a gap not too far from here. So if we get there, we might be able to get another glimpse of the zebra. We are going to get a better view. Hopefully, they don't move off too quickly. So I'm going to stop right here. Here we go. Because if they carry on the way they're doing now, we might just lose them behind those trees. But notice the brownish markings between the black and the white. So those are referred to as shadow stripes. Now what's quite amazing about zebras for me is that every single zebra has a different stripe pattern to the other one. It's like our fingerprints. So while we seeing these zebras moving, and eventually they are going to disappear, I just wanted to get back to a question from yesterday. So I think it was Jacqueline that was asking me why giraffes have black tongues. So I did a bit of research, because with the wind sometimes like this, it's going to be really hard to see giraffes out in the open. They tend to move to denser areas to get out of the wind. So there's no real conclusive answer to that question of why they have black or bluish tongues. But one of the theories is because they have a black or bluish tongue, there's a lot of melanin in it. So when they do stretch out their tongue to eat the leaves, normally tongues are quite sensitive to sunlight, and because of that, it helps protect the tongue from the sunlight. That's just, there was a few articles I read regarding that, but there's no one knows exactly for sure, but that's just one of the theories that they have.
Thank you, Nikki. Well, everybody, we have moved on from our jackal on Juma. The jackal buried the other half of that scrubby underneath a little bush. He buried it, or she buried it in moments. It was quite something to behold. And then off he went to go have a drink. So we've moved off to go and have a scratch around on Simbumbili. And we're up on the open area here. We found a nice mixed herd of impala. And you guessed it, everybody, it is quiz time. Now, I know we've spoken at length about impala. We've spoken about all sorts of things. And one of the things that always comes up in quizzes and is quite easy to discuss is gestation period, pregnancy. So, everybody, it's a very important one down here in South Africa because the timing of the rutting season with the impalas is to basically accumulate or to have all the impala females giving birth at the same time. And that is when summer or spring is here and there is rain and fresh vegetation. So, what is the gestation period for the impala? Send through your answers to hashtag Wild Earth, hashtag CGTN Wild. And it's a very important sort of timing because the males come into a cycle or the females come into a cycle at a very specific time of year in South Africa. It's different up in Kenya. Very specific time of year down here because we have such a seasonal sort of switch in diet or in vegetation condition. You see how dry it is now. There's almost no leaves on the trees. The grasses are quite dry. Vegetation is at its lowest from a nutrient point of view. And so females have a gestation period that will then carry them into a time when the vegetation is greener, tastier, more nutrient-rich, and also provides a fair bit more cover for their lambs. And impala will basically flood the market when it comes to babies. They'll all breed within 2 to 3 weeks of each other. So suddenly you've just got hundreds of young baby impala hanging around in little nurseries. And the benefits of that are that, yes, the youngsters are much more vulnerable to being attacked by animals like jackal. We saw jackal will smash baby impalas, leopard, lion, large eagles, all sorts of predators, including snakes, will actually feed off of baby impala. And the reason they flood the market is it makes it very difficult then for the predators to control the burst or surge of the impala population. If you only have a few babies at a time, it's very easy for the predators to build up their numbers and to remove more youngsters from the population. So that mass breeding with so many babies at the same time is one of the most important adaptations that impala have managed to do.
Okay, welcome back, guys. The female that chased the lioness is the one to the right. The calf that followed is the one in the middle, and then that young, bull joined them. There is lots of them scattered everywhere, and I think we're going to go. There's going to be round 2 of the lions being chased. Yeah, those are looks like young 2. Is it a bull to the left and I think a female to the right? He's bullying, he's bullying the young male, the young female. Oh, it's also a male. That's really cute. Sometimes that's how they greet each other, but that one wasn't a very good one. Usually they like cross-tangle the tusks, then wrap the trunks around one another, and usually it's a friendly greeting. That one wasn't very friendly. Yeah, the female that chased the lions is still heading farther. I don't know if it's gonna happen again. They're almost 90 feet to the left. We cannot see them. We know where they are in the long grass, but it's going to happen again. This is a very healthy breeding herd. There is almost about 20 scattered everywhere. We'll be sharing the numbers with you, but let's see what this female is up to. Looks like hasn't left the lionesses alone, and she's following the scent really slowly. I'm sure the lionesses can hear her approaching, and they will take off once they think she's broken that safety distance, and the only option is to leave her alone. Definitely she's up to something. Let's wait and see. Unless they move away, she will continue following them. At the same time, there is something very yummy, very delicious there that she's going for. Yeah, we're back to the two bulls, and yeah, that is now play fighting. These are plays that makes them become more experienced in fighting in the years to come. They'll use techniques that they're learning now. Also, when they fight at these ages, they will avoid conflicts in the years to come, because they will remember that such and such beat me last time, so there's no need now that we're 50 to fight again. He'll still beat me. So they're very important. Yeah. Okay, I'm staying here. I'm hoping that the same thing will happen, and we'll share it with you.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac, stay right there. You may not know what will happen, and just wait and watch things unfold. Moved on, still chancing on a cheetah, but I got an ostrich for you instead. And this is the Maasai ostrich. And I'm sure you all know it is a female and not a male. There are certain birds, when we look at their sexual dimorphism, it's always very difficult. But the ostriches are black and white. Females being brownish, grayish in color, and the males are black and white. In Kenya, we've got two species of these ostriches. We have another type north of the equator that is called the Somali ostrich. See how the wind is blowing her feathers as she feeds. They'll be picking some seeds from the grass blades, sometimes some leaves, or getting whole plants off the ground at the same time. Insects too, should they catch any insect or beetles, not moving very fast. Let's see how busy she is feeding there. I've been watching her to find out if there could be a mate close by, and she's all alone enjoying this particular area.
Thanks, David. Wonderful to see ostrich. We don't get to see them very often down here. They do occur, though. I've never seen one. I've only seen tracks. But we are with our impalas, the males at the moment, which have clearly got nothing to do with gestation period. The females are a little bit further off, a little bit more down the slope. Unfortunately, where we are is a good position for our signal. So we have some answers for the quiz, of course. Very excited to hear what you all came up with. Oh, Petro. Petro sounds like he's right on the money there. I wonder if anyone else has managed to get anywhere near Petro's answers before we blurt out the answer there. Is there any other answers to go with Petro's, who is 100% correct? Lisa, 195 to 200 days sounds about right. I'm normally working it out in months. I think that's right, though. So if you got anywhere in the region of 30 weeks, 200 days, or 6.5 to 7 months, then well done, everybody. You have managed to guess Impala's gestation period. Obviously, there is some talk of, that's quite a long period if you think about it for such a small animal. But when the Impala lamb is born, it looks a bit shaky on its feet at first, but they're able to move very soon after birth. Very soon after birth, but with a little bit of cover, mum will give birth to them. And they'll hide them away in a little alcove, just hidden away from the female. And how it's possible, I am not sure. But a baby impala have got absolutely no scent to them for the first little while after birth. So even a nosy hyena can't track them down. How, I don't know. How do you just not have a scent? That is just, I don't know. I mean, maybe we couldn't smell it, but an animal like a hyena, you'd think, would be able to pick up on it. But they will sit very well hidden in the grass, and mum will run away, attracting the predator's attention, and the impala will escape detection that way. And after a period of time, all the little babies will be brought together into little nurseries, and that is so cute to see. In November, everybody, middle to late November, is when the impalas will be lambing. Sometimes maybe even into December. All depends on how the season worked this year. I completely missed it. I was away for the rutting season this year, but it seemed to be the right sort of time. Those impala are all very interested in something. I'm going to go have a look over there to see them on the left. They're all very interested in something on the left. Let's go have a look. Okay. Impalas are often quite a good indicator of a predator. They're looking in that direction, so let's go see if they've maybe found this one.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Ambion Phinda Private Game Reserve. We're here in the southern open areas of Phinda with a beautiful female cheetah. My name is Jared. We've got Craig behind the camera, and what a great way to start a morning with one of the very special animals that we have here on Phinda. So like I said, it is a female cheetah, and she has been in this area for the last couple days. Copy. And most likely coming into this open area. It doesn't look like she's eaten too recently, so probably hoping that a impala could be in this area for her to hunt. This area traditionally actually used to have quite a lot of reedbuck, common reedbuck, but over the years the cheetah that love this open area have unfortunately diminished the reedbuck population, and which was once a very good area for them to hunt reedbuck, common reedbuck. Now it is very rare to see a common reedbuck. But for now, it doesn't seem like she's interested in hunting at all. But something that you'll notice when you look at her, you'll see the grass blades. They're kind of blowing over her at the moment. So what that means is that the wind is blowing left to right. And so this is a very typical cheetah sleeping position, facing downwind, looking for anything that could be downwind from her, because obviously she can't smell what's downwind, but she can see what is downwind. And anything upwind, she'll be able to smell or hear. That being said, should really only be concerned about lions and leopards. Probably not a leopard in this big open area. More so lions, and then hopefully the opportunity to hunt. Now you also notice, which is quite different to how she's sleeping at the moment compared to lions and leopards, who would sleep with their head down on the ground. Have a look how she's busy sleeping with her chin rested on her shoulder. Now there's quite a few reasons for this. Because she can never fully rest like a lion would, who can just sleep for hours on end, she has to be very aware. Now what we might see her do every minute or two is just open up her eyes, look around, and then go back to sleep again. And then another 30 seconds, minute, 2 minutes, look around, go back to sleep again. And if she had to drop her head down and up and down and up every single time she did that, that is just a waste of energy. And so cheetah have just found that this is the best way to sleep. It's comfortable with their head on their shoulder. It's energy efficient. And she just has to open up, look, okay, nothing coming towards me, and then going back down to sleep again. So I believe there were some discussions and a quiz earlier about gestation periods, and I'd be interested to hear from the viewers back home if any of you know what is the gestation period of a cheetah. So, Gemma, that's a good question. So, Phinda does most certainly have a very good population of cheetah. Now, Phinda, in fact, has been one of the reserves who has populated cheetah all throughout South Africa. So, because we have a very healthy population of cheetah and they do very well here because of our big open areas and the amount of food that's here, we often end up having an overpopulation of cheetah. So, we very seldom actually ever need to bring cheetah to Phinda. It is more the other way around. Most reserves in South Africa actually get their cheetah from Phinda. Unfortunately, our cheetah numbers have dropped dramatically over the last couple of years. There's quite a few reasons for that: an increase in hyena population, an increase in leopard population, and the ever-present lions that are around. And we have unfortunately lost quite a few cheetah. When I started working here 7 years ago, I think we had around 35 to 40 cheetah on Phinda, which is an incredible amount. In the beginning of this year, we only had 6 adult breeding females. She wasn't regarded as one of them, this one that we've got here, because she has recently become independent. But 6 adult breeding females is not good enough. So we have, in fact, actually brought in one new female cheetah this year, and hopefully she's going to be successful and breed, and we will be able to get our numbers back up to what they used to be, and we can start populating other reserves in South Africa. What we do have to do is, because Phinda is a fenced-in reserve, it's around 28,000 hectares, and we have to worry that there is when interbreeding with the males and females. So we don't want males to breed with their daughters and their granddaughters. So what we will do is every 4 years or so, we will take a male or 2 males from Phinda and send it to another reserve, and then often that reserve will give us 1 or 2 male cheetah. So recently we did send 2 of the male cheetahs to a neighboring reserve, and we received 2 new cheetahs, and this was about 2 months ago. And we have also received 1 more young male cheetah. So this year we have received 4 new cheetah. But before that, it's actually quite a long time before we had received any new cheetah. So very good question. I hope that you're all rolling in the answers for what is the gestation period of a cheetah. It is a short gestation period. I will get to it now. But one of the reasons that they have a very short gestation period, and you'll notice when you do look up the gestation period that it is shorter than lions and leopards, and it is because a cheetah is very vulnerable, so they don't want to stay pregnant for very long. And obviously if they're pregnant, they're heavy, they're slower, it's more difficult to hunt, it's more difficult to get away from predators, and cheetahs can have high litters. We have a female cheetah in the north of the reserve, which is a bit of a distance from where we are now, who has 6 cubs. So you can imagine a female cheetah with 6 cubs inside of her would be very slow if she had a very long gestation period.
Well done, Jared, and I think you've made my job easier, having spotted a cheetah for all of us, and that gives me a breather and maybe not work as hard as before looking for a cheetah, and I'll concentrate now on some other animal species. These are the southern ground hornbills, the largest hornbills we have in Africa. And we call them ground hornbills because they spend most of their time on the ground feeding, because they'll not have anything to catch on top of trees. So the better part of the day, they'll be out just browsing through the grass, putting the feathers in shape. And my guess is a male and a female. And it's truly wonderful to see ground hornbills. Great comments to hear from you. And the more comments you send or questions, we are always very happy to hear from you. You can tweet us as usual, hashtag CGTNWorld or hashtag World Earth. Now, there's been a bit of concern on these hornbills currently on their status because their numbers have been dramatically going down. Not that people will hunt them, but there have been a bit of concern on logging going on in certain parts of Africa. And for that reason, they are losing their habitat to breed. After mating, the female will always look for huge trees that are hollow, and that's where they normally lay their eggs. Very solid, big and old trees. And unfortunately, when people will go for the same trees for food fuel or for furniture making, it's becoming a concern. Very difficult for them, to raise their young ones, and their young ones remain with the parents for such a long time. And that's the other concern for their numbers not going up. Strong beaks they got, very sharp. Anna Marie, I would want to tell you, looking at IUCN currently, they think we are getting somewhere, Anna Marie, not as it was 5 years ago. And what's happening now, Anna Marie, we are getting government and other, I would say, conservation bodies and enlightening the locals and telling them, we need these birds, we need them in the ecosystem because they got their role in the whole cycle. So I would say not as bad as it was. And I'd be happy to get the latest IUCN feeling or status of these particular hornbills. She must have gotten something there for herself. And sometimes they just push the beaks right through the grass or the ground. I was saying earlier, they're very sharp and very strong. They're just like chisels. If they get a terrapin there or even a tortoise, like a leopard tortoise, you'll be surprised. They just poke through their beaks in the shell and it just opens up and they just get the flesh in. The times we see big numbers together, but for now we have these two that will wish them luck on the feeding.
All right, so for those of you who haven't got your answers in yet, please do get your answers in to see if you can find out or figure out what is the gestation period of a female cheetah. And I spent last time explaining to you how cheetahs don't often put their heads down. And there she is, head down flat. Typical. So Suzette, you say 3 months? Yeah, that's about right. About 90 days or so is the gestation period of a female cheetah. Roll done, Suzette. And I'm sure there are many, many more of you who got the correct answers. And you will see that that is slightly less than the rest, which leopards are around 100 days. Lions are 110 days. Lisa and Marie, I believe you got 90 days as well. Well done. 3 months is correct, but 90 days is even a little bit more correct. Only by, 1 or 2 days. And obviously it's not exactly 90 days. It will be plus minus. Some books will say between 85 to 90 days. But now she's done exactly what I said. She may not do is put her head down. And that would then tell you that she's completely comfortable in her area. She's been here for potentially all morning. When we arrived and we found her, she was sleeping in this exact same spot. And if she's been here for the last 2 or 3 hours, she's probably decided with the strong breeze coming from left to right and the large open area that she hasn't smelt, seen or heard any predators in the area. So now she's a little bit more comfortable to lie completely flat. You might find, though, that she could just jump up erratically. And that could be, even though she is resting, she still has to be very aware of her surroundings. And when it's very windy like this, they do tend to be a little bit more edgy, and if there's a gust of wind that blows and all of a sudden a branch or grass blows over each other, it sounds like something's coming up from behind her, she may jump up. But for now she seems more than relaxed, only a little bit irritated by those flies that seem to be landing on her ear. You'll see her ear flicking from time to time. But as she lies down, you'll see that ear is still facing right up, just like a satellite dish, to be able to hear any predators in the area. So as I mentioned earlier, she is a younger female and recently become independent, so hasn't had cubs yet. But she is at the age now that I'm sure if she hasn't already mated, she most certainly will mate within the next couple of weeks if she is able to find a male cheetah. We were talking about the amount of cheetah that we have on Phinda at the moment, and male cheetahs have quite a big territory. So if this female was in estrus, she would actively have to go out and seek the males. And unlike lions and leopards who roar and saw and rasp very loudly, which can be heard from a long distance away, cheetahs unfortunately don't have the ability to give off this big sound like lions can. So generally what they would do is they'll just have to walk around, hopefully pick up on the scent of a male that has walked in the area, and then track him down. If they are close by, they do give off these whistles, which if the male was to be close by, he would hear them. But they do have to be very careful at that stage, because they would then alert any predators in the area that they are around.
Welcome back to Simbambili Private Game Reserve, everybody, where we've got much larger antelope this time in the form of kudu. Now, talking about the gestation period before the impala versus that of the cheetah. Now, it's quite amazing, isn't it? The impala, that is probably a little bit lighter than a cheetah, has got double the gestation period. Double the gestation period of that of a cheetah, and that's because antelope species, when they're born, need to be able to move and keep up with the herd and run for their own safety, whereas predators generally give birth to much less developed youngsters, which they need to hide away somewhere. It's one of the reasons why predators also have quite a low success rate with regards to rearing their youngsters, cheetahs specifically, because there's so much competition out there, so many animals that will kill cheetah as well as their cubs. So prey animals give birth to youngsters that are able to move quite soon, and we call that precocial, meaning a little bit more developed. Whereas predators give birth to altricial youngsters, which require enormous amount of parental care in the early months of their life. Also, cheetah need to be able to run, as well as leopard and lion. Need to be able to be active and agile to catch their prey. So having bigger babies in the belly would make that difficult. But these herbivores, not these male kudu, of course, but herbivores are willing to go the extra mile with their youngsters to be able to produce them at a much further developed stage. But it's also what makes pregnant herbivore animals, a little bit easier targets. And as the season starts to wear on with impalas, you're going to see more and more female impalas being targeted by predators because they're a little bit more cumbersome, not as agile as the males. But this wonderful bachelor group of kudu is just something to behold, isn't it? So wonderful to see groups of kudu with magnificent horns. You can tell how windy it is by the mane on the back of their neck there. Now, kudu are an animal that enjoys the woodland. They don't often move out into the open areas like this, but because it's so windy, these kudu do not want to be surprised by any predator. So they're willing to go out into the open and to have a little bit of a tussle, the two on the right. Everyone's saying they love the horns. They're so elegant, aren't they? Kudu are definitely one of my favorite antelope. And those horns are designed exclusively for fighting, everybody. I've never seen a kudu turn on a predator. You might hear an elephant screaming in the distance. Someone's having a temper tantrum. But everybody, we're standing by here in this open area because there are wild dogs moving around from Elephant Plains towards this area, and everybody who was with them has lost them. So we might be very lucky and sit in this area and have wild dogs come to us.
Steve is hoping for some wild dogs. That is very, very lucky. Good luck there, Steve. And he's looking for an extremely endangered animal. And we're very fortunate here that we're able to find on Phinda a very endangered animal. And as mentioned earlier, unfortunately for them, they are endangered because they are so vulnerable to being killed by other predators. So, unfortunately for cheetah, they lack the strength in their jaw and their body that a lion, hyena, or leopard would have. So Pranav, you're asking why don't cheetahs hoist their kills? So I'm sure Pranav, you know that cheetahs are extremely fast. So to become fast as they do, they need to be very streamlined, they need to have very long legs, and their claws need to always be out. Whereas a leopard who does hoist their kills is designed for a very quick acceleration. They designed to climb trees and therefore being able to hoist kills into trees. So a leopard couldn't be as fast as a cheetah because of the way that a leopard is designed, and a leopard is designed to be able to climb trees. A cheetah cannot hoist a kill into the tree because the way that they have been designed, unfortunately, doesn't allow them to be strong. Because if you were strong, you can't be fast. And with cheetahs being in open areas, they had to sacrifice the strength that lions and leopards would have that can climb into trees, and instead have the perfect body shape, the long claws, the long legs, the skinny body, the big lungs, the rigid spine, which then makes it a little bit more tricky to hoist a kill into a tree. That doesn't mean they can't climb trees. A cheetah can climb a tree. They do climb it with great difficulty, and they would generally climb into a tree that isn't too tall, or at least to the first V in the tree, too high, or if the tree's at a bit of an angle. But cheetahs do struggle to drag carcasses. If they do kill something small or medium, they will try and drag it into a thicket, but when you actually see them do that, it would be very, very difficult. And to climb a tree then is just impossible for them with their kill. But while we're on that, talking about cheetahs and leopards, I think let's learn a little bit about what is the difference between a cheetah and a leopard.
The ultimate triple threat versus an iconic specialist. One built for stealth, power, and ambush. The other designed for speed. The cheetah decorated with black spots. The leopard with copper rosettes. The leopard, a stalking cat of the woodlands. The cheetah, a coursing cat of the plains. Cheetahs are built exclusively for speed and lack the strength to stash their kills or fight off scavengers. While leopards are strong and agile enough to hoist their kills away from thieving lions and hyenas, and while leopards live alone, cheetah often find comfort in the company and protection of siblings. Each cat is the master of their domain and holds a spot atop the African food chain.
Wasn't that just an incredible lesson on the difference between cheetahs and leopards, and I think it pretty much covered everything that you need to know with the difference between a cheetah and a leopard. And one of the things that stood out to me the most there was that you have these 5 male cheetah up in East Africa on a kill, and a single hyena is brave enough to come in and compete for the kill. And that just shows you something about cheetah. Even 5 of them aren't brave enough, they're not strong enough to overpower one hyena. Now, had those been leopards, although you'd probably never see 5 male leopards together, that would be a sight to see, but they would most certainly easily be able to overpower a hyena. In fact, one male leopard could, in fact, overpower a male or younger female hyena, where unfortunately a cheetah, particularly like this female over here, just stands absolutely no chance. One of the most amazing things I've experienced with cheetah, and realizing how weak they are, or being able to defend their kills, is I've actually seen vultures chase cheetahs off of a kill. So in one day, this poor female cheetah had a rough time. She had lions steal a kill from her, she had a leopard steal a kill from her, and then that evening she managed to kill an impala which was stolen by vultures. So these poor animals have a very, very hard time.
Welcome back to the river. I have left my elephants and my lions in the long grass, and just to contribute. Yes, cheetahs can be very weak in defending their kills. I have seen many times where a big flock of vultures land and they intimidate them and they just leave the kill. On that note, this is a very different section of the river. I haven't shared this area very much with you, and the residents here looks like don't have issues. They have decided to share the beach together. Yes, and more are coming out. It's a good pod of hippos and some moonster crocodiles. Huge ones. I must say the current is slightly stronger today, and so I think it is not very comfortable for anybody to be in the water. And that's why, they are going out. Don't worry, he's on the other side of the crocodile, so he's not going to bother the crocodile, and the crocodile is not as bothered, as you can see. There is another croc in between the two hippos. You see him, he's quite a huge one. Also, very far out, almost maybe 3 meters out of water. And here, looks like there is no worries at all. Remember, this is live. It's happening now from the beautiful Masai Mara in East Africa, Kenya. Dan Sepp, you ask if a crocodile will take a young hippo. Yes, it can. It can take. If the little guy is left unattended, for sure, it will take it. But it is not a priority. When the big hippos are around, they will, avoid doing that when the adult hippos are there. But definitely, if left unattended, crocodiles will take their little guys. This time of the year, I have seen lots of young ones. Almost a month and a half, 2 months. And so in the near future, we can say that this is a good month to see lots of young ones. Yeah, the months of July, August, September could be good months to see lots of young ones. This is a different pod, like I said. The other one had 5, little young ones. Here I see about 3, and there could be more. Yeah. Whoa, what's happening there? Yeah, there's lots of action in this pool. Yeah, is that crocodile gonna bother that hippo gonna bother that crocodile? No. yeah. I'm gonna be here. This is really cool, guys. Talk to me, #WildEarths, #CGTN Wild. That's where you can get me questions. Yeah, and comments.
We have a bearded woodpecker. Woodpecker in the morning. You can see quite bold black and white markings there. It's also quite a large woodpecker. It's about 80 grams. It's the biggest one we get here. So it's easy to identify. They also make quite a loud sound when they pick. The loudest of all the woodpeckers we get here. This looks like a female. The males have a red crown on their head. You can see it's struggling a little bit in the wind. You can see the arms of that marula swinging in the background in the wind. It has picked up quite a bit, so you may not be able to hear it actually knocking against the bark. But I love a woodpecker in the morning. Now I am hoping, and I was so close yesterday, to get all 4 woodpeckers that we get here in one drive. That would be the bearded, the bennets, the cardinal, and the golden-tailed. I want to get them in one drive. And in the Mulwati, it's been pretty good. Yesterday I saw a bennet's, a cardinal, and a bearded woodpecker. And I was just thought, oh, 1 golden-tail, but didn't count because you didn't see them with me. So that's what I want. I want to find all of them in one drive. I think that would be awesome. Tammy, you'd like to know if they ever get headaches? Well, I'm sure they do to some extent. Of course, it's very difficult to assess that kind of thing. But they, even though they may look like a jackhammer, as they strike their beaks and therefore their heads into that bark, they have an excellent shock absorber that actually goes around their brain, actually around the case, so that when they're constantly hitting against this bark, that force doesn't get transferred to the head. So they have a very long tongue that they use to push in between the bark and pick up grubs, and that muscle of the tongue extends into and behind the head and around. So it creates this cushioning and a shock absorber. So the headaches that you may associate with constantly banging your head against a marula tree is not something they would have to deal with in theory. But, like I said, it's difficult to test whether a woodpecker, whose brain is probably the size of a walnut, if not a little smaller, will experience a headache. But certainly they have preventative measures so they don't have any sort of brain damage.
How's this for a scene? Zebras, wildebeest, and quite a few giraffes. And we were talking about them early on today. Have a look at this youngster crossing the road. Now, how I know it's a youngster is if you look at the very tip of the horns, still quite fluffy. Now, it's not a young baby, but still, it's also not a fully grown adult. Looks like my hair when I wake up in the morning. But what I do enjoy about them is how elegantly they move. Look at how the left side moves, and then the right, and then the left. Now there's a few now just closer towards us and slightly right. There's actually a big male that's really dark in color. So here he is. And it has to do a lot with the lighting on it, but if we zoom in closer, you'll notice he's really dark in comparison to most of the giraffes that we've been seeing over the last little while. Just look at how dark that pattern is. Notice that oxpecker just under his throat. Now I'd like to know from the viewers, how do we know, just by looking at the head, that it would be a male or possibly even a female? So what it's doing at the moment is, you can see it's not feeding off everything. So yesterday when we had some elephant droppings and some giraffe droppings, we compared the two. So what this giraffe is doing is ruminating. So it's fed off quite a bit of leaf material this morning, or during the evening, and now it's bringing it up, chewing it, swallowing it, allowing it to just break down a bit more, and then bringing it up again and chewing it, just so that they're able to digest it better. So very similar to what you find in a cow, which has that 4-chamber stomach, and this is similar with that of giraffes. Now, as we mentioned, there's quite a few giraffes. Now, I just want to show you more or less the scene that we are looking at. So there is a giraffe coming in from the right. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 giraffes. Quite a few zebra, and then the wildebeest in the back. There's a giraffe coming in from the right. Mr. Zero, you are 100% right. The males have, on the ossicons, those horns, they are bald, and the females have tufts of hair on top of their horns. Because with the males, they have that behavior known as necking, where they'll cross their necks, and then they hit each other with the very tip of their horns as they swing their neck and their head. But quite a special scene. What I want to do, though, is with the giraffes moving off, let's move slightly closer so we can get the sun at a nicer angle and see if we can get a better glimpse of what's happening around us here. I'm just going to slowly ease forward. Just want to stop here. Here we go. Have a look at this. And often, especially with giraffe, zebra, even wildebeest, you do find them together in an area because of that safety in numbers. And what better animal to have around with a giraffe with such a nice vantage point to scan and look out for any potential danger. Even those lions that we saw this morning, it's not too far from here, not even as the crow flies, not even a kilometer away. So if these giraffes would have seen the lion probably in the tall grass moving closer, it immediately warn these other animals. And you don't really hear them making a very prominent alarm call. It's more like this very deep snort that they'll give to warn the other animals.
Hello and welcome back. I'm still here at the river. I don't know if you can hear the sound on the roar of the river. It's really calming. And that is a pod of hippos across there. Look at that little guy, he's actually putting his head above the crocodile. See that, guys? Wow. Be careful, you might be dinner. He's really investigating this crocodile, this young hippo. I don't know what, maybe this is the best chance for the little guy to really experience. Is he chewing the back? Huh, get away, it's my toy. Or not? Is he gonna lie down also? Looks like he's very tired and wants to sleep. That's interesting. He just pushed the crocodile's tail with his, back. Yeah, that's rather interesting behavior. I think the crocodile knows that there's no chance for him to try and, touch that little guy. And the hippos are comfortable with him being there because he's not showing any signs. Wilson Justin, you ask if they eat humans, crocodiles? Of course, they do. Yeah, every year they do claim lives. It's not a very significant number to be noticed, but being here in the bush, they do kill people. Yeah, mistakenly, when you come crossing or swimming, fetching water, they do grab people. Look at that, guys. We have arrivals at the river. Those are zebras, and they are coming towards the crossing. I don't know if we have one soon or not, but it is a very good sign. Like I told you before, they were not very far. Actually, there is one that we missed out. We didn't see him. He's very close. I said, they're very close. And if you look behind, James, could you hold that frame? If you look way behind, there is a lone tree, and those little spots there, those are not rocks or bushes. Those are wildebeest, and those are the ones that I could see earlier. And so looks like this is the beginning of the next, beautiful days by the river. It's gonna change. So guys, I won't say anything. I won't get very excited. Just sit there. If something happens, we'll share it with you.
So as the sun's starting to rise, it is obviously getting a little bit hotter, and this female has got up and lain in the very thick long grass, which serves two purposes. One, it would help hide her from anything in the area, but two, it is allowing her to be able to get into the shade that grass is casting over her. And every now and then we see her lift her head up, and then she plonks it back down. So it's obviously telling us that she is most certainly very relaxed to be here. It's quite amazing that this female leopard, she was cheetah, sorry, not leopard. This female cheetah, she was born in the far north of the reserve, and after she became independent, she came all the way to the south. And it always amazes me how these cheetahs are able to find all these open areas when they've never been here before. And she pretty much came straight here from the south. So you don't know, always wonder if they don't smell old ancient pathways that the rest of the cheetahs have all followed, or maybe once her mother did come back south and then went back to the north of the reserve, and she just remembered that this was a very good area that was nice and open. It's very difficult to say, but watching them move around does always fascinate me, that they always seem to know exactly where to go from one open area to the other. But she is doing a very good job at hiding from us.
When I look at all the babies of the animals in the African bushes, I think elephant calves to me are my favorite. Now, look at that young calf there. She is on her own, and she's having a world for herself. I'm not sure exactly what she's doing, or even she knows what she's doing, but you can tell she's having fun. I'm trying to compare sometimes like cheetah calves with Jared, and comparing all the babies that we see here every other day. Elephant calves make me happy, especially when they get in that really playful mood. Look at her. Boom. So what does that mean? Because suddenly she is not feeding, but chances are she is full, and one of the females or one of the cows here is the mother. But the whole idea, I'm happy. I know I got all the protection I need. I'll have a nap. I'll have my trunk up. Rise up and shine. I'm sure she's not struggling to rise up. Most likely the cow there could be the mother. It's so funny how she is just having fun for herself on an early morning here. keeping flapping her ears. Not because it's very warm at the moment, but I think she sees maybe the adults doing the same and flapping one ear, not the other. In the background, we can hear some hippos crawling. Now, every small herd of elephants you will see like this will have a leader. We all know elephants are very matriarchal. There's another young one I've seen here, and I'm trying to imagine if both of them are going to join hands, it's going to be a very good playtime here. So it's a big one here. If you look on the right, tusk is much shorter than the other. Are you trying too much that one? No, you're too young. Looks like a bull from a distance. We'll be finding out. Maybe it could be a big cow at the same time. It could be just a big female. And it's not always by size that you determine the matriarch. Sometimes it's the oldest cow that could be in charge. Awesome, Justin. The lifespan of an African elephant is about 65 years. That's the average. 65 years. We have what we call the savanna elephants, like what you're seeing here. And you've got another subspecies that we call the forest elephant. But they got a lifespan of about 65 years. Of course, a few may go a little bit more than that. And some could go 50, 55. But we normally average them to 65 years. Now, that must be either big sister or a big brother, she is playing with, or an auntie. And she's not going close to the one that I thought they're going to go play with. So just wait here and see if the two calves will come together and hopefully see more fun from them.
We just try to reposition the vehicle a bit to have the sun behind us, so we can have a better look at these zebras and giraffes. Now, what could be a nice comparison is, remember earlier on we said that one giraffe is a lot darker in color in comparison to the other. So now if we move a bit closer, have a look at the difference in color. You'll notice a lot darker. And so it's not always the case that the males tend to be darker than the females, or the females darker than the males, because I have seen it vice versa, where some females are darker than the males, other males are darker than the females. But what I tend to notice is that sometimes the older a giraffe gets, the darker in color. And it looks like it might be quite an old giraffe, but also with his pigment, he has a very dark pigment. So most of them just ruminating. You can see the zebras, they pointing in opposite directions. Like you watch my back, I watch your back. Just now and again you'll see the zebra just flicking their tail. And what they might be doing is they just rest up. It does look like the one zebra is pregnant for most of our viewers. Not too, like earlier on we were driving past the one and the belly was so big. It was actually swaying from the left to the right, and might be. Imagine in the next little while we can have a little baby zebra around. Because if you compare that belly, look at how round it is, and I'm sure it won't be just from the food. You can even see how the back has that saddle in it as well, because of how it's pulling it down. But what a scene. Wildebeest, zebra. There's actually a few zebra off to the right that are now slowly heading across towards where the giraffes are. And then some wildebeest just right of that. Now what I often enjoy about a scene like this is that when you sit and just watch the different behavior, you'll notice that the wildebeest will have their heads down feeding off the short grass. The zebra often feeds off the taller grass, but then eventually as it starts warming up, you'll often find them with their heads on top of each other's backs, or moving their bums closer towards one another, but still facing opposite directions to see if there's any danger, and then sometimes even find them with the giraffes.
Well, talking of all the food available, and especially talking about the zebra maybe being pregnant, and looking at the gestation period of zebras, comparing them to what we have for you here, the elephants, you'd imagine the zebras will have gestation periods of about 12 or 13 months, depending on the species of the zebra. But you'd imagine these elephants will have almost twice that lifespan, or rather that gestation period of carrying a baby, 22 months. So do you imagine if that's the mother of the cow, the mother of that particular calf there, she was carrying it for such a long time, 22 months. And that's why sometimes you see female elephants being very attached to their calves and staying very close to them, and they'll do anything possible to protect them. Now, she's still continuing to have some fun on her own, and she hasn't joined. The other one I was talking about is what you see near the bushes, though she looks much older or much bigger than the other one to the left there. And they haven't joined together to start the play. I'm still hoping they're going to come together at one point.
We have some baboons drinking at Twin Dams here. So interesting to watch them. The wind has become ridiculous. My cap is blowing off my head. But these baboons don't seem to care too much. What have you found there that you're eating? Now, it's nice to see a troop, because so often the only times we see them, or rather all we see is their leftovers, what they've done to the place. Oh, it is very, very windy, guys. I'm going to try and get into the Mowati. Maybe it'll be a little bit more pleasant.
Have a look at these two stallions, how they are having a little tussle with one another. See, they often will go and try and bite each other's legs, and then once that happens, they'll go onto their knees and fight each other. So this has been going on now for the last 2 minutes, and it just doesn't look like they want to stop. See, hopefully I didn't jinx it. Have you noticed that with all of them, they're standing quite close to each other's tails? So that's in order to help any flies, to chase off any flies that are around their face. It looks like they've settled down now, but they were just having a little go at one another, probably just to establish that dominance amongst that group there. Could be that all of them are young males or stallions together, but I'm not too sure. It's hard to tell from here if they're males or females. But it does look like there's a giraffe just left of them that is trying to pick something off the ground. It was one of the little ones, but he immediately picked up his head now. I think he just probably had a scratch on its leg. Oh, there it is. Like, just picked up the back foot. Probably has an itch just underneath. Trying to get to that itch. Just have a look at those two zebras again. They are now facing this way. Now I'm hoping, well, I don't want to hope it, but imagine if they do start interacting again, to be able to see that interaction. Bernice, I'll have to have a look and to see which zebras are in the Mara or which ones have been shown. But with these ones, there are quite a bit of like this reddish soil in the area. And so, but just to give you an idea, so these ones are called the Birchells or the plain zebra. So I'd like to know from any of our guides up in the Mara which zebras they are currently looking at. But if they are looking at similar ones to these, that dirty wash could be because of the soil that they've gone and rolled down in. Seems to me the one zebra has lost a bit of interest and now he's moving away from that group. And there's two other zebras that are here. Remember the ones that looked pregnant. So he's on his way to come and meet up with these ones. So this one is a female, but that one off to the left definitely looks like she might be pregnant. We'll see now, especially if he joins up, if they turn a little bit, maybe we can see from the side how big that belly would be. So apparently, hearing from some of our viewers as well as some of the rangers, that we do have the same zebra, or the same zebra was looked at, and most of the viewers actually giving us the answer. So there's the plains or the Birchell zebra. So the only reason why this would be like this is because of the soil that they would have gone and rolled down in. Sometimes they have these external parasites. In order to get rid of it, they'll go and roll down in wood ash or possibly even in sand. And that could be the result of it. There are some zebras here that are a lot lighter in color, but also notice the dark shadow stripes that you find in these ones as well. So that all contributes to that darker appearance. Now, for our viewers, I don't know if the viewers, or I'm sure most of the viewers would probably know this, but in order to see if it's a male or female zebra, you don't always have to look in between the legs. So sometimes what you can do is you look at the base of the tail. So with the females, they have a very broad black stripe that runs from the base of the tail all the way underneath towards their belly, where the male has a very thin black line. So we can't see that now, but if we do get another opportunity, we'll definitely have a look and try and point it out.
Welcome back to Simbambili, everybody. Here we've got a wonderful little group of elephants. Elephant bulls just chilling at the watering hole. The wind has now just suddenly picked up. It's very easy to tell an elephant bull from an elephant cow. The individual in the middle there is a testament to it. One is a trunk and one is not. They're also far bigger than the females, and this is a common practice to see groups of males hanging out together. They sort of move off in groups. You'll often find a large bull with a group of younger bulls learning the ropes with regards to elephant dynamics, and we call that an askari. Askari. These guys, apart from one that we can't see, who's basically on the right, on the far side on the right behind the one on the right, you can just see his trunk sticking out. He's the smallest one. Now to the right, a little bit more there. You can see there's two trunks there on the right. There's one at the back. He's a little bit smaller. We can't even see him. So these guys, we actually found them on our way through earlier. They were busy feeding, very relaxed. Elephant bulls always very chilled, especially when they're in the company of other bulls, because there's sort of like an ego game to be played. None of them want to be scared of anything. They're all big, strong males, you see, so their behavior doesn't really even change. On foot, big elephant bulls can be the best things to have, because they're not really frightened of anything, and their behavior doesn't change. They pretend to be very, very cool, and they might see people on foot, and or a car even, and they'll just slightly change the angle they move without really reacting, especially if other bulls are watching. And they want to feel as if they've been outplayed by anybody. I don't want to cause any drama. Very relaxed for the most part. Nothing at all bothers an elephant bull. So we've counted 7. 7, and they've just been taking it easy. Some of them had their trunks just sitting in the water. But elephants can actually sleep like this on their feet. They're very big animals, so they put a lot of pressure on their lungs when they lie down. So they'll either lean against something, or you might see them actually just sort of parking off just like this, standing, having a little bit of a rest. A bit of tail movement and ears moving now. It's almost as if they might be waking up again. There we go. I've been thinking about that drink for about 20 minutes. It's very, very relaxing, everybody. Elephants, even if they're not doing much, they're just standing there. They're still very peaceful and relaxing to spend time. And if we were on foot and you saw these elephants from a distance on a watering hole like this, you could sort of walk to the other side and just sort of sit down, the water between you. Elephants probably wouldn't even change their behavior at all. You'd be able to just sit there and watch them do exactly what they do best. Let us just be calm and serene in the moment. They're very, very slow. There's no rush in their moments. They know that all they've got to do today is have something to drink, eat, and take it easy.
Good old classic cheetah. She was just sitting up, and maybe a second before you guys came to me, she decided to lie her head flat to the ground. So she did lift her head up. She glanced around as she would do when she's lying in a thicket like that. She can't, as we mentioned earlier, they'll often lie with their head on their shoulder and just glance around. But now that she's moved into a thicket, she can't really see what's around her. And so she just sat up and looked around. There is a herd of wildebeest off in the distance, maybe about 300 meters from where we are now. And I think Craig's just trying to find them. There they are. So there's a large herd of wildebeest. You'll see that there's some white things amongst those wildebeest. That is a bird. Alice, which animal sleeps the longest in the animal kingdom? I'm actually not really sure. So lions, if we talk about what's around here, lions tend to sleep quite a bit. I mean, a lion can rest for about 20 hours of the day. But to be honest with you, which animals sleep the longest in the animal kingdom? Probably a student at university. I think that they tend to sleep quite a bit. No, that was a bit of tongue-in-cheek. But unfortunately, Alice, I'm not sure of that question. I don't know if any of you back home know the answer to it, but I unfortunately don't. So as I was mentioning, amongst those birds, amongst those wildebeest, there was a bird or two. There's a cattle egret, and they were those white things that have now landed on the ground that you can't see, and they'll be eating any insects that the wildebeest flush up while they walk around. Now, this female did have a brief look at those wildebeest, but typically female cheetahs don't hunt wildebeest. You'll probably find males, and particularly collisions of males, so 2 or more male cheetah who are together would hunt a medium-sized wildebeest to a calf. If a female cheetah was to see a newborn calf, there we go, you see the cattle egret fly up there. A female cheetah might try hunt a newborn, but we don't see any youngsters there. All the youngsters there look like they're probably over a year now, or just under a year. So a little bit out of the the range for her, and she would even face trouble from the male that would be in that herd. If she was to try kill a youngster, the male could see it's a female and small and maybe even try and defend that youngster. So it's not worth the risk, and she's not starving. So for now, rather just go back to sleep and wait for a better opportunity to hunt. Alright, so FC has answered the question of the longest sleeping animal. Thank you very much, FC. And that is a koala with 22 hours, which is absolutely ridiculous, which means they literally only move and eat for 2 hours of the day. That sounds like quite a fantastic day. Thank goodness for koalas that there are not too many predators where they live in Australia, because otherwise they would be very vulnerable. Even a cheetah would probably climb into a tree to catch a sleeping koala. And that's why there's no big cats in Australia, I guess. Otherwise the koalas wouldn't exist anymore. Doesn't sound like such a bad life.
Welcome back to the river, guys, and yeah, the hippos and the crocodiles have become finally all hippos, crocodiles have become, and there's no issues here. The only thing here is find your space and sleep. And that is what is happening. This pod of hippos is very, very sleepy, as I can say. And just to share with you, we have a few zebras that were trickling down. Looks like the leader is off to the left and the rest have stopped a distance away. Maybe they had an issue or some sort of experience going across the other side, and so coming back they have to be very wary. I must say I would be very wary, because also the river is slightly higher. As you can hear, it's very loud, unlike yesterday and the previous day. That guy was the leader. He came all the way almost 10 feet to the bank, and then I think he started thinking, is it really clever for me to be the leader today? Am I gonna make it? There's lots of things going on in his mind. Maybe a friend. JM, you ask, how long crocodiles can stay out of water. They are cold-blooded, and they need, the sun to thermoregulate their body temperatures to be able to digest and also to swim faster. I have seen them, staying in the water in a nice wooded area without extreme sunlight for almost the whole day. Over here, with this extreme sunlight and direct sunlight like this, I doubt if they'll stay here the whole day. Most mornings they'll be out, and then the afternoon they go in. So it differs. As soon as they feel like the temperatures have gone to increase to where they really want them, they go back into the water or a shady part of the river. But it's not well defined how long they can stay out of water. I hope that's I've answered your question. Yes, over here, these guys here, they've been in the sun for most of the morning, and if anything was to go into the water, they would be very fast swimmers now that their blood temperature has increased.
Can you see what I see? They are so well camouflaged. So well camouflaged. Especially amongst this magic quarry, and it's mottled kind of branches with a bit of lichen on there. Have you seen them yet? They're a pair of spotted eagle owls. Here is one. Looking at us, actually. And here is another. That is incredible camouflage. You see how well that lichen works for them, and the fact that their feathers are also spotted, hence spotted eagle owl. It works so well for them. Notice again that we spoke about protecting their eyes from the light, and the fact that their pupils can't constrict in the same way ours can. And the one that's in the shade has its eyes open quite happily, but the one there closer to the ground, her eyes, or his eyes, are quite closed. Now, even though they may look a little bit sleepy, they can still see the ground perfectly well. Wow, indeed. That camouflage is quite insane. Look at that. So often we'll drive past you in the Mawati and you won't even notice them. And you'll notice them because they'll fly off when you drive past. And then you kind of feel bad because that was not your intention. That is crazy good camouflage right there. I'm glad to see them both in the same spot, because I'm hoping that it means that they have got a nest, which is why I've been coming around to have a look for them ever so often, just to check if I see them on some eggs, which would be great, because maybe we could look forward to another Sebwig.
Thanks, Trish. Well, how wonderful it would be to have another Sebwig experience. That was really a wonderful few months from end of last year of our little eagle owl hatchling. Here we are, everybody, with our group of males that haven't moved off at all. They've, if anything, become less mobile. There's still a little bit of flicking of tails, but trunks are on the ground. The trunks weigh a lot, everybody. They can weigh an enormous amount. There's about 100,000 muscles in a trunk, and it requires a bit of energy to be able to keep it elevated all the time. All day long, elephants are moving their trunks around, feeding. You can see the guy in the middle of the screen now. He's actually got his trunk hanging over his tusk. He's now moving. Yes, he's going to push somebody. Move, let's go. Do you see how they all suddenly started moving at the same time? There's communication that's going on with elephants that we can't pick up ourselves. We can't discern with our own ears. They communicate with something known as infrasound, a very low frequency. It's about 5 hertz. We can only perceive anywhere from 18, I think, to 22. So you'll often find herds of elephants suddenly changing behavior, suddenly moving in a direction in unison. And these fellows, I have no doubt, while they've been sitting here by the water, have probably been just chatting about the day or about the plans for the rest of the day. Just very low communication amongst themselves. They will have formed very good bonds amongst themselves. And some of them have probably been hanging out with each other for years. It is very, very cool to see. And you're all saying you love how they communicate with each other. It is very, very cool to witness. I've been told by a friend that if you sit with a hertzometer in an elephant sighting, you'll actually see the meter moving and that sort of 5-7 hertz range. There's things going on that we cannot pick up. Very, very different frequency. And it's perceived that elephants actually pick that vibration up through their feet. I mean, they do have very, very big ears as well. Obviously, a lot of this is also very unknown. How exactly does it work? and they believe they can communicate over 25 kilometers. Some people have even come up with further distances than that, which is a phenomenal feat. Okay, I think they're starting to figure out that they've spent enough time just chilling at the water, and they're trying to go, no, let's move away from the water. Let's do some dust bathing first, maybe a little bit of ear flapping before they continue on another full day of eating.
There's quite a few zebra that joined in to the scene where we only had a couple of zebra and some wildebeest. Now, there might be close to at least 30 zebra here. Now, the one right in front of us is a little baby, and you can see it's still quite a bit fluffy in comparison to some of the other ones. But often, especially the babies, they don't venture too far away from mom, and as soon as they venture too far off, they just like have this little sprint, and then they run right back to mom. But maybe because of the wind blowing so hard, you might just hear the wind through the pipes, you might hear the leaves and the branches moving, and because of that, they decided to move into this open area. Just raise up. Look at that little one. Can't agree more with our viewers. That is one of the cutest baby zebra. And the thing is, with zebra being my favorite, that really, like, this made my day. That lion cub's playing, and just a scene like this with all these animals. So remember earlier we were talking about seeing if a zebra is a male or female by looking at the stripe around the bum. So let's try and look at these ones and see if we can figure out if they might be males or females. So I'm going to try and have a better look with binoculars as well. So if you look at the one, let's use the two on the left, those right there. If you notice the one on the right, whenever the tail moves, there's quite a broad stripe that runs from the base of the tail like down. So that is a female. Now I can't see with the one on the left yet because the tail hasn't really moved. But so the male will have a very thin line. It looks like the two bum cheeks are quite close together in comparison to that of the females. And it might even be the one just slightly right of this one might also be pregnant. See, the wildebeest is moving the screen, but the other one you can just see the bulge in the belly. Critter Freak, I did not know that. I never knew the Romans called them horse tigers, but I can imagine why, because of the stripes, how it would resemble that of a tiger. Of course, here we have a little blue wildebeest that's moving into the scene. Now, often we see a lot of the blue wildebeest down here, but I would like to know from our viewers. So we've had a look at the zebra, and we said the zebra is exactly the same as the ones you get up in the Masai Mara, but the wildebeest that we see here is referred to as the blue wildebeest. Is it the same wildebeest that you find in the Mara? Now, the other name for them, just as a little clue, so these ones have another name. It's called the brindled gnu. Now, the brindle is, you'll notice when they turn, it looks like these black stripes that runs vertically around the neck and around the side or the flank area. So you see from where that hump is in the front leg, you might just notice a few stripes there. But I'd love to know from our viewers.
So you'll notice she's looking straight ahead, so that's the direction that the wind is coming from. And look how she's pinning her ears backwards. Now that is a very effective way of listening, because if she was listening in the direction she is looking in, she would be listening straight into the wind. Now that wind would be making quite a lot of noise in her ears, and therefore would not really be able to hear what's up ahead. You will notice though, look how hairy her inside of her ears are. So I'm sure you've seen professionals using microphones that have what they call a dead cat, which is not a very nice name, I guess, but they call it a dead cat, which is a cover that goes over the microphone, which is furry and helps with wind. And I'm sure all that hair inside her ears serves at the exact same purpose of that as well. It would prevent branches and grass and sand from going into the ears, so it would protect the ears and the eardrum, but its primary purpose is most likely to protect the ears from the wind. And so she's pinning it backwards, which therefore allows her to hear what's behind her, and that's also not the direction that the wind's coming in, so she's not having the wind blasted into her very sensitive ears, which is a very clever adaptation that they do have. And she's scanning around, looking at this wildebeest again. I believe all of you back home are impressed and happy. Trust me, just as happy as I am to see this female cheetah sitting up and just scanning around, seeing if there's a hunting opportunity. And this is the typical time of day when cheetahs would hunt. They don't like to hunt early in the morning, late in the evening, or at night, because that's when all the other predators are moving around. But from about now till later this afternoon is the time when cheetahs do like to walk around. It is hot, so there's the one downside to it. So the heat will cause her to use more energy than what she would need to, and overheat, so she would walk and rest and walk and rest. But she's most certainly using this as an opportunity to scan the area, and it's the longest we've seen her sit up all morning, so maybe it is a sign that she's going to get moving. Lions and leopards would typically yawn and groom and yawn and groom before they move, but you don't see that as often with cheetah. Yes, they do yawn, like she's just did there, before they move, but you won't see it as often. But I think she's going to lie down. Yeah. As she turned around, I saw her look at the shade that grass is casting, and she probably thought, nah, no point me wasting energy. I don't see anything that is worth hunting, and so I'm rather going to sit and wait it out. And instead of going to go look for the impala, let's wait for the impala to come to us.
Just notice the wildebeest now slowly moving closer and closer towards the zebra. Now, often you do find the zebras and the wildebeest together, and we've discussed it a few times, but if we look at the one slightly off to the right, notice how close the wildebeest, they keep their heads towards the ground. Now, because wildebeest are ruminants, that means they have that four-chamber stomach like the giraffe. They need a very nutritious diet in order to sustain themselves. So what they do is they will feed off the shorter, lusher grass that is a bit more nutritious in comparison to the taller strands of grass that have lost a bit of the nutrient value. So because of the zebras not being the same as a ruminant, they will feed off the top layer, opening up the bottom section for the wildebeest to feed on. So that's why sometimes you do find the two that are together. But in this case, it's more of a safety in number. Because of the wind, you'll find giraffes, you find the wildebeest and the zebra, and they do find safety in numbers, because there's even the giraffe now that has gone and lied down. So from where these wildebeest are, just slightly to the left of it, it looks like one of the younger giraffes that has gone and lied down. Now with giraffes, because they are, as we termed earlier on, ruminants, is if they do lie down flat, the stomach content will push into their mouth, and then they can get pneumonia from that. Judy H., I agree with you. So they are different species of wildebeest between us and the Masai Mara. So the Masai Mara, you get the white-bearded wildebeest, or the other name, the white-bearded gnu. And then here you get the blue wildebeest, or the brindled gnu. Now the name gnu, of course, because of the sound they make, that gnu, gnu. And just look on these ones especially. Notice those very dark prominent stripes. And also look under their chin. You don't notice that white beard like you can see with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. But if you look at this wildebeest in the sunlight, look at how muscular they are. They, especially their front legs and towards that hind quarters, and they looks like they are in a very good condition considering this time of the year where it's the drier parts. So at least we know that we had a good rainy season and it's been abundant food for them in order to be in a good condition. It feels like the wind is slowly picking up. That young baby zebra is also starting to move. So just where it was earlier on, you'll notice whenever it moves, it sticks quite close to mom. Just want to make sure that mom doesn't leave it behind. But what I wanted to point out, look at the height. So this is a baby zebra. Now compare the height of the legs in comparison to the mum. Now one of the theories is, of course, so predators, whenever they have young, they'll have quite a few young. And the mum can't carry. So let's say a lion, for example, only has a gestation period of between 100 and 110 days. Now if it had to carry a cub for 9 months, so in comparison to that of the zebra, it won't be able to hunt effectively. But also if it had a lot of cubs, it won't be able to hold a lot of individuals, whereas they would then focus on having more individuals but have a longer lactating period. Whereas zebra, because of the youngsters that are so well developed, they have a longer gestation period, and only because there's one, when that youngster is born, it's able to keep up with the rest of the herd. But another theory is, now look at when the zebra is between the mother and the other ones, they look exactly the same height. If you were a predator and you had to crouch down and look at a dazzle of zebra, you won't be able to pick out which one would be the youngster unless you chase them and they start separating. You'll be able to see it, or else you'll look from underneath and all of them would look the same size. So that's one of the ways that the species is able to protect itself or ensure survival.
Hey guys, I'm here in the Mlowathi, and I actually found what I wanted to show you. It's not the python that I've been trying so difficult, so badly. I've been wanting to show you this python, but I have not found it yet. I have not found your python. I have found you, however, a little jackalberry with the pretty leaves, that really nice colored leaves. A thin, short one with these pinky, peachy, reddy leaves that just glow in the sunlight. And I said to you that they don't taste too bad once upon a time. They have this nice color. For a number of reasons. It could be that it deters predators because it can look like old dry, or deters herbivores rather, because it looks like dried leaves do in terms of color. They could be taking advantage of a different type of wavelength, so to avoid competition with the other leaves. Or the other thing that's this kind of color out here are tannins. And tannins will also protect these young leaves so that they're not eaten by herbivores too much before they get the opportunity to grow. I have a leaf here that I think is very pretty, but I'm going to eat it for you. And I can guarantee it's going to be bittery astringent tea.
Crossing back onto Boyatella from Sumabili on the on Boyatella side.
It's not bad, but Definitely astringent tea. I may not swallow this. So I'll wait for you guys to go before I spit it out.
Welcome back to the river. I have moved from the position I was in into this position, and here I have elephants on a standoff with crocodiles. I don't know if we're gonna see any action, but definitely if there will be, the elephant will win. The crocodile to the right, he is a big one. I think it's one of the biggest crocodiles I've seen in this river. Looks very old, prehistoric, and he's one massive guy. Look at him. Yeah, it's a pity, he's not as close to age him, but that could be an easy 50 years or so. He is big. He's a big guy. Yes, I don't know what the elephant is thinking, being so close to the elephants, to the crocodiles. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen if the elephants are gonna come down and take a drink. I'm not sure what's gonna happen, but let's see. This is interesting, guys. Always nice to see interaction between, super species, big guys, elephants, crocodiles. Oh, one elephant has decided to lie down. Good spot. Yeah. The female to the right, she's not happy about something. Okay, let's see. We're gonna kick off that crocodile away from the river. Interesting, let's see. Stand off. Yeah, she's thinking twice. That moving of the head. Definitely, is thinking something. Yeah, definitely she's thinking, is it okay? Yeah, and the hippos are discussing about something downstream. Maybe talking about a party, last night they went to. Definitely thinking about something, and looks like she has decided it is not okay for her. Is somebody else gonna pull the strings and decide to go down? That little guy is really batting the other one with his forehead. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, these elephants are showing very good behaviors, not stressed, very happy, little herds, little families. That area where they're in is wet, so it's nice to lie on. Okay, the second elephant to the right has moved closer. Look at the crocodile, not comfortable. I didn't hear your name, but I did hear the question. Is the crocodile able to pull the the elephant into the water? Descendant, you ask if the crocodile is able to pull the elephant into the water. Well, if it's a good size, it is able, but it risks being gored to death by the mothers. I have seen videos, I've never witnessed myself, an elephant being pulled, the trunk, but I've seen videos of where the crocodile has gotten hold of the trunk and the elephant fights back with his tusks and trying to find and gore the crocodile. There's no video that shows that it has fully pulled the elephant in the water and killed it. It would be very easy to drown it if it was to hold on to the trunk and pull it under. There are videos of crocodiles grabbing but never really drowning the elephants. They have changed tactics, moved further down where there is one crocodile. You can tell that the female is leading and everybody else is following cautiously. Okay, let's watch these guys. This is very interesting, at the same time very super special. You don't always get to see elephants going into the, to have a drink very close to crocodiles. It's rare. Nice, beautiful. Remember, the trunk is used as a hand, the snorkel, as a nose, as a tongue, as a weapon. Yeah, so it's a very useful tool for an elephant. And this looks like a fully grown matriarch with her sister and their offsprings. Yeah, this is a beautiful sight. Let me leave you to enjoy a few seconds without me saying anything. Yeah, this section of the river is very calm. There's no rapids. Yeah, hippos are everywhere. It's only about maybe 800 meters, and I'm sure I have missed out a few port of hippos in between because there's no access. And this is another one. You can tell how comfortable they are. The hippos there, they're very comfortable. Okay, I don't know what's gonna happen after they've had their drink. If they do decide to cross, I'll be here.
I remember everyone had two hornbills in the Masai Mara this morning, but here we've found another one at Ambion and Ngala. So you can see there's one moving from the right to left. Now it looked like there was a youngster. They were slightly off, more left, where this one, almost in the direction that this one is moving in, slightly more west. So to give you an idea, we are currently on the opposite side of where this bird is. So if I say west, then we are east, and that bird is west. So the other one is just slightly left of that. But what it's doing now, it's moving and trying to probably look out for lizards, maybe insects, anything small, probably the size of that beak and smaller, in order to catch. If there's even a scrub here, they'll go for that. Any bird, maybe bird eggs. Looks like I might have caught something now. Now you'll see when the adults catch something and there's a baby or a youngster nearby, it would immediately take it and go and feed the youngster. There was a story that Marcel, one of the other cameramen, told me where I think he saw it up in the Masai Mara where a hornbill like this was moving and then it picked up a puff adder. And it didn't kill the puff adder, it just walked with it, and eventually when it saw something else, it would put down the puff adder, catch the insect, eat it, pick up the puff adder again, and apparently it carried on for nearly an hour before it eventually killed the snake and then ate it. But on that note, it looks like that hornbill has moved off. James, with most of the hornbills, they actually do, from the ones that I know. So some of them, except in South Africa, I know the trumpeter hornbill, they will focus on something like berries, maybe fruits, figs. Whereas with something like the ground hornbill, red-billed, yellow-billed, they might not necessarily, the yellow-billed and red-billed, because of their size, might not go for a big snake, but let's say if there was a small one around, they definitely take the opportunity. Any opportunity to get a meal they'll take, but not all hornbills would exactly follow the same diet. But those that we find here at the Lowveld, I would say yes.
It's a grasshopper. Love it to see a grasshopper. For me, it means that things are alive, things are happening. It looks a little like a red locust, but it's difficult to tell, obviously, because it's only showing us its antennae and its 6 legs. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it is a red locust because I actually noticed it by it flying. And if I look inside my insect book here, it says hind wings clear with red or purple base, and it definitely had a red base. There we go. Now that's a nice look. And they're quite large, very large indeed, actually. When it first flew by, I thought it might have been a cisticola. It's beckoning me for bushwalks. Oh, look at that eye. That is so cool. I'm so glad that we managed to see one. Well, it's now hidden, but at least it showed itself to us, letting us know that spring is well and truly upon us, or at least almost.
Welcome back to the river, and looks like everybody has quenched their thirst, and so there's no need to cross. And actually that would have caused lots of panic, because this section of the river is quite deep, so it would have been very difficult. Thanks to the matriarch, I think she knows that, and maybe she's tested the waters and knows that it is not wise to cross. So they're huddling back together. There are a few that haven't come down to drink. I don't know if they will, but they're happy to be away from the water. The female farthest left and the little guy haven't come for a drink. I don't know if they will, because it also can be very interesting for the little guy if he decides to take a dip. Hopefully not with all these huge crocodiles. It's a beautiful scene. I hope you're enjoying this. It's coming from Masai Mara. Talk to us, please. Comments are very welcome. Hashtag CGTN Wild is the place to talk to us, or hashtag Wild Earth. Questions and comments are very welcome. This is coming live from the Masai Mara, and it's really, really beautiful. This is the Mara River, and this is the river that all the wildebeest cross. Further down, my colleague David is taking out a spot. Hopefully we'll be getting crossing today, or this morning or this afternoon. Warren, good morning. You ask if elephants migrate. No, they don't. Elephants don't migrate here in the Masai Mara. They just move from one area to the other. They sometimes can be seen very far away, up to 200 kilometers from where I am, but that doesn't mean they're migrating. They're only moving through their ancestral land, where the female is leading them to find something that they lack in a specific area, especially maybe where they were. So they don't migrate, they only move from the home range, one area to the other. That is a young bull. No question. What's up now? Did I offend you by saying that? Yeah, they can be frisky little, young bulls, the age of 15. Very temperamental sometimes, without any reason. I've seen them chase vehicles, throw things at vehicles and people. Yeah, this is a beautiful area where they are. Plenty of soft grass. And it must be very yummy after all the wildebeest have been here. And, have left lots of droppings. And the rain rained. So it must be very yummy grass. Beautiful female coming there, full of character. Look at that old female. Wow. When she comes down to drink, I would love to share, the picture of her drinking with you in a moment.
So just resting here quietly and we're watching. These elephants, these hippos and the crocodiles. And you can see all of them are out in the sun. And if you carefully look at that croc, she got her mouth opened. This is what they'll do when they look at the sun and get vitamin D. And you can still hear the rapids of the water still staying on the Mara River. Now, at one point we had seen some zebras across, and we're just hoping they'll come close to the river and maybe cross. Let's see what happens. There they are. That's the herd we're hoping is going to come and cross at one point if they build enough pressure. But unlike wildebeest that come in big groups, we've seen zebras coming in 5 or 10, and this is really something. Very happy always to hear your comments when you go wow. Myself and Bungay, who is on the camera, also feels the same, and you give us lots of energy to bring to you these beautiful sightings of the African wilderness. This is what we are all about, and we bring you the best of the best every morning and every afternoon of every day. Belinda, very good question. How old do the crocodiles get? Belinda, crocs, just like most reptiles, live for a very long time. Anything 60 to 100 years, depending, of course, on the species and other factors, is a possible age, Belinda. So they live for a very long time. And this particular crocodile we have here, it is the Nile crocodile. Hippos, just as an extension to answer you, because they're together with that croc there, hippos will have a lifespan of about 40 to 50 years. And again, we've got two types of hippos. We've got the pygmy hippo, and what we have here is what we call the river hippo or the common hippo. Now, look at that croc there, Belinda. See, he got the mouth opened. And the whole idea is for them to help in cooling off. And if you look carefully, you can see the teeth just coming out from the jaws of that huge reptile there. Oop. The hippopotamus on the other side was having a yawn. But definitely you're not going to compare the canine teeth of the hippos to that of the crocs. Few inches, the length of, say, the canines of the crocs. Hippos will almost go to like 20 inches or more, especially on the canines. Baying grazers, but above all, the males may have little big canines because that's what they'll use either to fight for territory or when they would maybe defend themselves. Such a great sighting to have these mammals and reptiles together. And that crocodile, I agree with all of you, he is massive. I mean, some of them will go up to about 3 meters, 16, 18 feet long, huge, and very long. Some going to about 1,000 pounds in weight, and especially the males. But I'm just trying to look how peaceful they are. Both the hippos and the crocs. And mind your business, mind my business. All of us, we are here for one thing. Let's all get as much solar energy as we can. Now, I want to believe the hippos are getting the sun just to warm up. And crocodiles ideally will get the solar energy to help them in digestion much later. There's still a very high possibility of those zebras coming across, so we'll still continue patiently waiting for that to happen.
Thanks, David. Well, good luck. Hopefully you get a crossing today. Well, we found the largest of the owls in the area, everybody. We were just driving down the road and this fellow got spooked and flew out of the bush and is now up in the top of a very big torchwood, and all of the birds are very upset. The giant or Verreaux's eagle owl. You might have seen Trish with the spotted eagle owl before. These fellows are much bigger, and this is the apex predators of the nocturnal world when it comes to birds. These guys will feed on all sorts of mammals and birds, even large raptors. Great find indeed. Well, he showed us, or she showed us where she was. And now the birds know where she is. Unfortunately, it's going to get bombarded. It's what birds do. When they see a predator, or even mammals, they will basically mob it until it moves off. Because when its camouflage has been given away, the predator doesn't show the same or have the same amount of physical presence, because they're very stealthy. Once the stealthy or camouflage nature has been revealed, the predator essentially has lost the upper hand. They are a nocturnal predator for the most part. And look at the wind. You can see the wind is really picked up today. You can hear the wind, you can see the wind. I'm going to see if I can try identify some of the birds. There's definitely fork-tailed drongos and southern black tits. Fahrenheit, you want to know how tall these owls are? I'm just going to double check for you, because I don't offhand remember the exact height. $296. Okay. Oh, that's not the same one. Ah, there we go. Okay, so they can get up to 1.7 kilograms, the males, and 2.63 kilograms for the female. And they stand at about 66 centimeters. Very, very common, but not easily seen. And when they are seen, the birds who are part of their diet get very upset. There's some starlings. I can't even tell what that is in the light. That's not a starling. There's some white-crested helmet shrikes in the area shouting. Fork-tailed drongos shouting. I'm going to see with my binoculars who else we can identify. I can hear a chagra. I can hear some Battis's bill snapping. You might think to yourselves, shame, poor owl is being bombed by all these birds. But everybody, this owl is an apex predator. It serves a very important role of feeding on small mammalian and bird species. And so it is like the lion to all of these gazelle, all these birds, impalas, looking at this bird going, you must go away. Don't hang out here near my little nest or my territory. Leave. And if it does fly, they will follow and bomb the whole way. The fork-tailed drongo is being very aggressive in that regard, actually bombing its head every now and again. Smaller birds are far more agile than these large raptors. And it's the element of surprise, as I said, that gives these birds the upper hand. Okay. Okay, well, we're going to stay with this bird a moment longer, see what other birds we can identify.
It's so special to see wild bugs out, and when you see raptors or birds of prey out there, it's always to me a good omen, because sometimes they might lead you to smaller birds, or they might even lead you to a kill. Got a huge hippo there out of the water, and he is massive, and by virtue of looking at the size, chances are it could be a bull. Now, I do not know why he's not very close to the group that we have here. Either he belongs to a different group, because in the water, hippos are very territorial. But when they're out there grazing, everybody is free for all. But once they're back in the water, you'll see them taking their ground. That's the beautiful Olololo Escarpment. As you all know, the Mara Triangle with its 3 boundaries. The Olololo Escarpment, the boundary between Kenya and Tanzania. And the third side is the Mara River, where we are now. The landscapes of the Mara are just magnificent, and we always have a lot to learn, the escarpments, the rivers, the savannas, and we learn more of the same now.
The Masai Mara lies in the Great Rift Valley. It is home to a multitude of animals. The landscapes range from riverine forests to vast plains to volcanic hills. Running through the landscape, a watery lifeline. Rain is a necessity and plays an important role in this ecosystem. It nourishes the grasses, floods the marshes, and feeds the Great Mara River. The river flows for about 395 kilometers, originating in the Kenyan highlands from the Mau Escarpment. Streaming down and eventually draining into Lake Victoria in Tanzania. Water is life. This river is a core artery of the Mara. It is a safe haven for hippos and birds. But it provides the ultimate challenge for the wildebeest during the Great Migration. This annual event is one of the natural world's most astonishing spectacles. Nature favors strength. Their migratory routes are determined by the rain patterns as they wander in constant pursuit of water and fresh grass.
Down here in South Africa, it's a little less dramatic for the animals around. As you can see, this hippo, not much action going on around him, except for the fact that the wind is so strong at the moment that it's creating ripples that makes the hippo look like it's boiling. This hippo is at Treehouse Dam, which is quite fascinating because I've come past here twice and didn't see him. And he looks quite dry at the top on his back, so he must have just arrived. He did open up his mouth a little earlier, and I thought, oh, does he have something in his mouth? Because we'd come from a distance, and I saw him from a distance. But no, nothing as exciting as what goes on in the Mara for this hippo. Hippos prefer to have a lifestyle that allows them to relax in the water that they need so desperately. And they're not very welcoming to intruders. And this guy looks like he's having a nice relaxed time here at Treehouse Dam.
Yes, well, if any animal knows how to take it easy, it's a hippo. Owls as well spend all day, for the most part, just taking it very easy. And everything's starting to calm down with this owl. So it's not very easy for you to see his face or her face, is it? So I've got a picture here for you so you can have a look at this wonderful owl. Let's look on the dashboard. Let's do this middle picture here. Look at that fellow. Look at those beautiful pink eyelids. Isn't he splendid? That is the owl we're looking at, the giant, also known as the Verreaux's eagle owl. And look at those feet. 2 toes forward, 2 toes back. I think you can see it in the picture on the right a little bit more. Look at those feet. Jason says he's scared of this owl. Well, Jason, there's no need to be scared of this owl. It's they can kill small to medium-sized mammals, but we fall out of that bracket. They look a bit ominous there, don't they, though? Wonderful birds. Wonderful bird. There, the eyelids. The purpose of the pink eyelids is really not very well known. Why have pink eyelids? I have no idea. But it makes them very easily identifiable. And there's eyes, very, very sharp, piercing eyes, and the sort of satellite dish face. It is judging. Definitely judging. Owls, everybody do fall underneath that category. Everybody feels owls are very wise, aren't they? Very, very wise, but owls, all owls are predators and feed on a variety of different sort of organisms, especially rodents and bats. And they're very, very good sort of controller of those populations. Owls, unfortunately, in southern Africa are not regarded as a very many traditional and cultural beliefs behind owls. It leads to people believing that owls are the bringers of death, and in many of the communities in South Africa, owls are actually not very well looked after. So let's have a look at this guy again. But it's very important to save owls and to have owls in communities because they look after rodents, and well, we know that rodents spread disease.
Hello, and welcome back. Yes, I'm back at the road. I've left the river, and look what I found. Hyenas. Yeah, this is the most common hyena in Africa, spotted hyena. No doubt, you can see that. And right now, he's cooling off, typical of hyenas, and especially this species. They love water. Whenever they can find it and it's hot, they will submerge themselves. That guy out there, I don't know why he's so close to the other one, but not getting into the water. I found them in the same position. They haven't moved. They haven't moved much. I've given them enough space so that if they decide to go, it won't be my fault. This is one of my favorite animals. And the main reason is they keep the other predators on check. One animal that gives, the lions a run for their money. They make sure that lions don't misbehave, don't eat everything, they will take kills from lions. Mistaken for many years to be scavengers, but they are not. They make most of their kills. What they eat, they kill. They have endurance. They will run an animal down, killing it very ruthlessly, disemboweling it and eating it alive. This is an animal with character, with, okay, I think there's another vehicle that has approached, and they're not happy with the sound of a diesel engine. Looks like two fully grown females. No, that one is much smaller. I would say he's a male. Males are much smaller. Yeah, he's been in the mud also. Yeah, thank you for that great comment, to hear that you're all in the same boat as I. Love hyenas. They have character. Look at them, very cheeky and cunning. They might look like cuddly, but this is a very dangerous animal. Very strong jaws, big lungs, big heart, very big nostrils, able to suck in air and can run and run and run. This is a marathon animal. Look at the female. She's so big, you can tell by her size. She's very big, weighs almost up to around 40 kilos, 50 kilos. And with that size, she's big enough, to withstand any lioness. If they're 3 or 4 together, they can chase away, a female lioness with ease. And in one sitting, she will eat up to around 30 kilos of meat. So it's a, meat-eating machine. Yeah, they have moved a little bit away. I'm hoping that they will come back once the vehicles have left. Look at that pasture.
Well, many people have always taken hyenas or see hyena as not the very best animals out here in the savannah, and they also look them as only scavengers. But hyenas are very good hunters, and not once I have seen them hunt hippos and successfully bringing them down and feeding on them. In general, though, they'll always choose the youngsters or maybe a wounded hippo. Once in a while, we have seen hippo bulls, fighting, and if the fight is so big and one of them could maybe incur some big serious injuries or fracturing their legs or losing an eye or something, the hyenas will spot it, they will target it and slowly follow it up, and they'll hunt them. The only time they don't win very well is when these hippos retreat very quickly in the water, and the hyenas will say, well, from there you're fighting from your own home ground, not much we can do. But out on land, hyenas have been known to come for these hippos, but definitely not the crocodiles. It's a young one just doing a little stroll. Christopher, how long can hippos live? Christopher, anything between 40 to 50 years is a good lifespan for the hippos. And again, as I said, this is particularly to the one you're seeing on the screen there, Christopher, which is the common hippo or the river hippo. We've got another species that is called the pygmy hippo, but 40 to 50 years is the lifespan for hippos. In captivity, of course, we know they could live a little longer. They get, better care. Should they have any health issues, for example, anthrax, maybe the vets will take care of them. But out in the wild, 40, 50 years is the age they live in. I'm looking at some small little 3 birds on one of those hippos there, wondering whether they're oxpeckers. And my guess is they could be oxpeckers, and they're not busy doing anything. Just enjoying sitting on that hippo there. Otherwise, more often than not, should the hippos have any wounds or they're bleeding, we have seen these oxpeckers come in to suck or get some blood from the surface of the skin. One of the animals that I know got the hardest or the toughest skin is a hippo. And the local name for a hippo is kiboko, and kiboko translates into a lash, because when we were in school as small boys and the teachers needed to give us a bit of discipline, they used hippo lashes. And for that reason, I have never forgotten that where that name comes from, Kiboko, it comes from these animals here. It's always quite interesting to see how the hyenas are able to get their teeth through the hippos. But again, as I said, the youngsters, I do not think they have such hard skin or tough skin like the two you see there. Better part of the day out there in the sun, warming up, because at night, chances are they were all out feeding. And they just need to get a bit of vitamin D and some warmth. We'll still wait here because our zebras have moved a little bit far, not very far exactly, but we'll still wait and see whether they will come and cross the river.
Welcome back to the hyena scene. Well, from where I am, I think these two guys that I just shared with you, now only one in the frame, are part of the North Clan. Remember, for a very long time, they were led by their matriarch female. She was called Waffles, and Waffles passed away last year, and now the clan is being led by her daughter Soup. We haven't seen her, but this is the area that is the core of their, territory. I would assume these two females, it was a male and female, are part of that clan. And so we'll be showing them with you in the next coming weeks. Once we see them, once we identify the den, we'll be sharing, how many they are and how they're doing. This guy looks like it's a very healthy. He's been eating well, nothing to worry about when the migration was here. And now he was just relaxing. Sorry for that. We can have a little bit of a break. Yes, sorry about that. We didn't tell you, but Waffle, she's dead. It was told to us by some of the rangers. So, she is no longer around, and Soup has taken over. Actually, Soup had taken over before her mother died. So, rest in peace, Waffles. Is she gonna come back to the mud hole over here, or is he gonna head away? Nick, thank you for your question. You asked me how fast can hyenas run. They can run at 60 kilometers an hour. Yes, I said 60 kilometers an hour. He just looked at me like he understood English or a word of English there. It was like, did you say that? Yes, about 60 kilometers an hour. And they have endurance to top that for up to almost, a kilometer non-stop. I've seen them run, and I tell you, they can go. And continuously they can run and run and run. Behind where I cannot see him is a very big puddle of lots of water. I don't know if she's going to submerge herself. Sorry, I keep changing. It's a she. She's going to submerge herself in that water, or is it too deep? Okay, she's decided to go around. Where are you going to come to where it's shallower? Let's see. A little bit tense and worried about me, but I mean no harm. You can go in anytime you want. Okay. There we go. Must feel very good, to get into that water. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Nancy, yes it is. It is mud bath time. Well needed when it's hot like this. It's around, I would say, 26, 27 degrees Celsius. It is quite hot when you've been out in the sun the whole morning, can be very hot. And, with lots of hair and fur like that, you need a mud bath, and it's well deserved. Maybe if I stay still for 5 seconds, she might lie down. That's what I'm looking forward to. It means she is relaxed. Pet lover, you ask, is it language that they speak? Did I get that right? If you could ask again, please. Oh, you ask about sleeping? Well, unlike lions that sleep 18 hours after eating, hyenas would actually spend most of the day sleeping but very active at night. So it's about the same time they sleep, the same time they're active. As soon as the sun drops, they'll get very, very active until they get something. So it's about 12 hours that they sleep. Look at that. Getting relaxed. Okay, guys, I'm going to try and find a way not to spook her. I'm going to start the vehicle and then try to drive around so that she can enjoy her mud bath without my interference. So I'm going to see you down the road. I'm going to try and leave her in peace.
Yeah, as maybe it warms up, chances are the hyena might go look for some place to shade and, keep away from the hot sun. The last few days we have seen anything from 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock East African time. It has started to get very warm, and then later on in the afternoon we have gotten some wonderful showers. I mean, sometimes not showers, but big storms. Now, those zebras are deviating from where we were. You say you love seeing zebras sunbathing, and exactly where they are now, they're just walking in an open area, a lot of sun for them, and they're taking a detour from where they were, but of course you can still see them very comfortably, and they're edging closer and closer to the water. You can see that one could be the lead one there, and who knows what they might decide to do. Sometimes it takes them a couple of seconds to make a very quick and dangerous decision. Boom, 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 and they go. Apparently, I was at this
Well, last few minutes of show. Let's see what gifts we can provide. I predict a starling. I predict a hornbill of some sort. Ooh, maybe even a squirrel. Let's see. Of course, it's going to be dead silent now. So my searching fingers, trying to pick up the vibe. Got that starling. Ooh, a starling and some shade in the distance, but there's also a lovely lilac-breasted roller in front of us. Starlings, you get some time towards the end of show, but I think our lilac-breasted roller would prefer to close the show. Yes, I think so. Oh, more than we bargained for with a beautiful lilac-breasted roller. Having some difficulty, I'm sure, in flight with all this wind. Just taking it easy and relaxing. What a gorgeous bird. Also, watching other birds on the ground and things like that. Trying to take advantage of anything else they flush out and don't manage to get with its aerial acrobatics that it's so good at. Well, thank you very much, you lilac-breasted roller. You have brought a beautiful end to our sunrise safari. Yes. Well, thank you guys for your questions and your comments and your viewership. As always, we'll see you this afternoon for Sunset Safari. Bye for now.
Carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A warm welcome to all our viewers at a beautiful and beyond Ngala. So we're currently watching an elephant bull that's trailing quite a big herd